introduce.
Walking by the ribbon, duck is by my side. Raindrops falling on me, I have no umbrella. Searching my car, searching my house, I can't find just anything I want. Searching my heart, searching my past, there's no answer anytime, any place. Walking by the ribbon, duck is by my side. Raindrops falling on me, I have no umbrella. Talking to my boyfriend, such a happy time. He said good night to me, I feel I'm alone. Ready for you, ready for me, I don't know how, I'm just looking for. Ready for what, ready for time, there's no answer anytime, any place. Looking for my answer, looking for my dreams that is alright. Looking for my answer, looking for my future, where I go to watch I know. Step by step, up the mountain, step by step, cross the ocean, step by step, up the rainbow, going my way. Jumping down, up the mountain, jumping down, cross the ocean, jumping down, up the rainbow.
Hello, everyone! How are we all doing tonight? This stream is certified for the children. It's for the children! Got some good music to start off with. One song, the Atari 2600 song, I put at the beginning so I can easily just cut it out because that has got me clean. I might actually delete it from the playlist. It's such a good song. Hello. Hello, Game Gear Goddess. And Game Gear Goddess. Hello, both of you. We have the Game Awards that are happening today. I'm passing the time by doing literally anything else. I think Orc might have been watching that. Anyway, hi. We are taking a look at, I got this working, the GamePro June 2001 issue 133. From June 2001. What were y'all doing in June 2001? Me, I have no idea. I was waiting like another year or two for the childhood amnesia to wear off. but I was alive. I think this might be the first thing on LDM that I can say with 100% certainty I was alive for. I covered the November 98 issue, which I would have, but like I don't know like when in the month they like actually released these issues, or if they even like released them in the following month. It might have been released in December for all I know. But this claims to be June 2001. I got it working. All I really needed to do was just wait a while. As in, I went, took a shower, came back, and it was finally done loading. Yeah. And we've got GamePro. Ooh, it's too ahead. Spoilers. So, what was the game industry like in 2001? Well, Game Boy Advance would have literally just been released. And you'll see here, they're doing like some previews and stuff of Game Boy Advance games. Came out in the middle of June 2001. I had to look that up. Which again makes me wonder, like, when exactly when in June, or in fact, when in general did these come out? If it came out like at the end of June, or maybe even the beginning of July as like a recap of June, then that means that the Game Boy Advance would have already been out. If it was at the beginning of June, it would mean that the Game Boy Advance was just about to come out. And they're showing off some... We're going to be seeing some of the launch titles of the Game Boy Advance. As you can see, it's talking about, Super Mario Advance, which is essentially Mario 2, F-Zero. We've got some early Xbox games. I don't think the Xbox was out yet when this came out. So I think this would have been pre-release. Also, PlayStation 2 would have been out and going pretty strong at this point. Came out last year. It's interesting with the PlayStation 2, the thing that I always think is kind of interesting is PS2 is often cited as the reason, as the thing that killed the Dreamcast, and, it kind of was. Kind of interesting, a lot of the PS2's best games, I don't really think of them coming out until, like, a couple of years after the system came out. So, like, 2002, 2003, whenever, like, Final Fantasy X came out, that's, like, around the time that, like, all the good games started to come out, and then you had, like, Wild Arms, Persona... Well, then again, though, this is mentioning Devil May Cry, which is considered one of the biggest games on the PS2, so... I guess Devil May Cry must have been an early success on the PS2. I'll say this about Devil May Cry. As cool as the series would turn out to be, I'm not really a fan of the first Devil May Cry. It's just a little bit too Resident Evil-y for me. With, like, the fixed cameras and the stuff like that. I mean, like, Devil May Cry, it definitely got better. Especially by, like, DMC3. Devil May Cry got real fucking good. But I do want to play more of DMC3. I've only played, like, a little bit of it. And I really like the combat of it, but I haven't played much of it. But yeah, GameCube, I think would have been shown off. This is June, so we might be seeing, like, E3 coverage and stuff like that, and Nintendo would have been showing off the GameCube, some of the games coming out for that. you know, like Smash Melee, Luigi's Mansion, some of the very early games for that system. And definitely June 2001 would have been one of the most anticipated times for gaming. Nintendo finally doing a worthwhile update to their handheld, despite more or less having the same console since 1989 in that department. A new challenger emerging in the form of Microsoft. Maybe they'll turn out to be good, maybe not. I don't know. Microsoft, I can't imagine Microsoft having much of a presence in gaming. Come on, that's ridiculous. PlayStation 2 already pretty well established. Much like 2025, with a bit less online drama. Yeah, pretty much. Also less performative moral delusions. Exactly. And look at that girl. That is a gormless looking girl on the cover. Is she, what, Ms. GamePro? I don't know. Her mouth. I think that's a girl anyway. Very feminine looking glasses and hairstyle. But her mouth is agape with over 250 plus games included. That's so many games. N64 games. We've got GBA, we've got Xbox, we've got PlayStation. Dreamcast? I think the Dreamcast was officially discontinued by this point. And I don't know what the bottom thing is. But PC maybe? I don't know. We've got like one lowly N64 game to cover. Once the GameCube was kind of on the horizon, Nintendo kind of sort of just like dropped the N64 like a bag of potatoes, didn't they? They were like, the N64, we don't know what this is. This is, what, cartridges? Who the hell would release a console with cartridges in 1996? That's stupid. Anyway. That is GamePro. I've not seen, GamePro yet. I've mostly been covering, like, EGM and a couple of other things, and I've been wondering how GamePro competes, or even really if it does. Let's find out. As the owl said in that commercial. One thing I'll definitely say, the magazine is a lot smaller. What does that say? 174 pages? That's smaller than most. Exactly. Nintendo 64! You ever see that video of, like, the kid opening the 64, the N64 on, like, Christmas or whatever? They were like, oh my god! It's like they won a car on Price is Right or something. It's a cute video. Kid's grown up now, apparently doing pretty well for himself. Good for them. But yeah, the PlayStation 2. You thought the PlayStation was good? Whoa, Nelly. You ain't seen nothing yet. Okay, yeah, you have seen that. I wondered if that's what you were referencing. What is this, an ad? Or, I think it is. Oh, shit, it's not working now? should have checked to make sure that it was. Actually, I'm not even entirely sure it's... Well, it might not be, like, the issue with
Tor
Okay,
11
that's right.
all section Iving plants Andafon equals soy copyright EF2 truck in dirt truer ETT
the hell,
E3. Build
thought I
huge
set it to
jumps
on.
AIG 4. Watch for signs EF stray flow wares. PR at 5. Kill stray
There's
flowers.
Aria.
Yena
You
New
gotta
York
scroll down.
AV. L Ruck and more dirt PE 2 to 5 OOSE 5 Hobai of TEAG Lee 2 EEEE TBE LES bigger jumps copyright TL and E IDA.
Okay, here's one. Well, anyway, that is an ad. Some PlayStation game? I can't quite see what it is. Oh, it looks like, well, not Tony Hawk, but like some Tony Hawk competitor, I guess. Hello, Karumi. THQ. Man, 174 pages. We're like 10 pages in, and it's all ads. So it's like EGM, but with even less content. Cool. The game. Alright, finally, 10 reasons to buy the new a new console. Finally. Alright. What are the new reasons? Why should we buy a new console? Well, like, I think the only option at this point would have been the PS2. I don't think the Xbox was out yet. Puzzle Gamer's Wet Dream. Oh my. Okay, so these are the games, I guess. These are the 10 games that you should buy with the PS2. Portal Runner. Have I played Portal Runner? I think I did. If I remember, Portal Runner's a decent game. Not like the best thing ever, but would have been an alright game for relatively early in the system's lifespan. What are they saying about? Among the best of the first Gear PS2 titles. Okay. I think I've played Portal Runner, maybe in my own time, maybe not. High Heat. Wait. Oh, actually, no, let's look at this one first. This is the Puzzle Gamer's Wet Dream. And it says... Aqua? Or no, Aqua, I think it says. Have you ever heard of this? I've never heard of this. It's apparently a Puzzle Gamer's wet dream, though. According to... what did they say? Something.com. Yeah, I don't think I've done Portal Runner on stream. You've never heard of Aqua either? If this does not include a rendition of Barbie Girl by Aqua, I'm going to be very disappointed. Here is the best game of baseball on any next-gen system. Again, the other two next-gen systems would not have come out yet. Also, hello, Ronnie. Daily Radar said that on March 6th. They're just gonna, like, post reviews from competing magazines in this magazine? Okay. Heroes? What's this? A classic fantasy-based strategy game for the PlayStation 2 computer entertainment system. Computer entertainment system. I want to check out Aqua. I'm a little bit curious about that. I'm going to add that to my rompery list, I think. Anyway, yeah, this one looks interesting too. Not sure it's something I particularly want to play, but... Oh, 3DO's behind it. Oh, it is going to be so Western RPG, strategy, PC type of thing. How about... Warjets! With a Z. WDL. Warjets packs. The potential to outclass other games in the genre. So presumably like a Wipeout like is my guess as to what that is. What other games? Army Men. Well, I think we all kind of know what that's going to be. Well, actually, no. Whose wet dream is this going to be? Fast, good looking, and deep and fun. Also, what many girls will say about it. Anyway. Warriors of Might and Magic. Oh, I think I've seen the Game Boy Color version of this. Or no, that's a different Might and Magic game. Awarded PSE2 Edition's Choice Gold Award, according to PSE2. Yeah, that sounds about right. Air Attack 2. Oh, another, oh my god, 2 Army Men. Okay, that should tell you all you need to know about how prevalent the fucking Army Men game were. You got two in the same issue. The best Army Men game yet. Well, you probably shouldn't say that. There's a whole other Army Men game that you're trying to sell. Make that 3 Army Men games, because there's this one. This one is now at the top of any list. Shit, man, what am I supposed to buy? They are in stores now. Can you believe it? So much Army Men. I mean, the Army Men games, from what I've played, are pretty fun. I haven't played any of the PS2 games. I think I've heard... What I've generally heard is this is kind of around the time they started going downhill. Like, they kind of got, like, way too oversaturated. Game Boy Color game. TDK. Shrek! Oh, hell yeah. This is peak Shrek season. That should tell you all you need to know. 14 pages in, we finally get our table of contents. When do we get to the actual magazine? Ah, here we go, finally. Editor's letter, alright. Or actually, no. I don't think I care about the editor's letter. How about head to head? What is this? Raiders of the Lost Arcade. I see what you did there. Cute.
Got anything to do with it? You'll never get to level 2 with it, cause a rule with it. You're a
By the way, Orc was reading your recent visual novel.
IHEEBR BOHH have some questions about the arcade business that hope you can answer. What does an arcade business pay for a new game? Of that, how much is net profit for the manufacturer? What is the average number of units a company will usually sell in the US? How many machines have to be sold before a game is deemed popular?
Fucking nerd.
And how do you contact the AMA and AMOA? Misfit, Ontario, Oregon new upright arcade games like the Grid generally go for around $5,000. Deluxe games with larger screens, seats, or special controllers often go into 5 figures. Top Skater sells for about $17,000. Corn-op companies usually make about a third of the machine's price as gross profit and consider anything over 5,000 units sold a success. Plus, over 5,000 means the GG game becomes a billboard for the now ubiquitous home version. If you're asking about how to $54 much profit the arcade A2X 7 operator makes, that 4 die, varies wildly. About a $100 a week is J-sided average. By /comparison, NBA Jam and MKIL
Speaking of
used to earn
arcades,
literally 10 times that in their AR heyday. The arcade 52 == makes its money back section. a quarter at a time. So, if they pay $5,000 for a AAL machine and make only $100 a week, that's one whole year by equals BG before the machine has paid for it, 5 EG self. And what's worse, as games age, they generally earn less. You can find out more about the Amusement and Music Operators Association, AMOA, at www.amoa.com, and the American Amusement Machine Association, AMA, at www.
And I think it was around this time with the arcade business, someone read this and they were like, oh yeah, you're right, this is not like super viable.
The
And
coin-op game
all the
industry
arcades
is in the
died.
doldrums simply because people aren't
Oh no, they
spending
didn't
money
die, they
in
just got
arcades
super
anymore.
lame.
No money means no new games means no money means a downward spiral.
Yep, this was, I think, around the time that the downward spiral was really happening in arcades. Arcades existed, they were just lame. They were lame as fuck. Just like generic, like fucking DDR clones and rail shooters and sketchy redemption machines. I'm just salty that I don't have a good arcade near me.
No way. Give me your money.
Yours openly promote theft of its products. This phrase meant that those playing copied Dreamcast games without paying for the originals were thieves. Propose that they are not. Let us first revisit that H which constitutes stealing. In order to perform AR equals theft, the thief must meet two criteria which are L not mutually exclusive, 2-1. The thief must fail to
Oh,
give
this
you
is
the
okay,
monetary
never
worth
mind,
of
I
the
see.
item in question.
I think this is
2.
okay. This is connected to this thing here. So let's read this first.
A downward spiral. Warning. Psycho with a thesaurus. Piracy does not equal theft. First off, let me state that I'm not condoning piracy. We all know that it
Would
is
you download a car?
unjustified and that it fails to give developers and publishers their just rewards. At the same time, wish to show that it is equally unjustified to call gamers who do play copied games, whether off the internet or otherwise, thieves. Sega shut down a pirate internet site by sending the authors a letter containing, among other things, this statement: Sega cannot stand by idly while sites
As much as you say this, I think piracy was a non-insignificant reason why the Dreamcast died. Was it the reason? No, but it was a reason, let's be honest. Especially once it became like super easy to pirate games for the Dreamcast. Yeah, the N64 was too expensive to emulate. It's still... Project 64 used to be able to emulate N64 just fine. Now, you know...
Liars openly promote theft of its products. This phrase meant that those playing copied Dreamcast games without paying for the originals were thieves. Sent proposed that they are not. Let us first revisit that IH which constitutes stealing. In order to perform a theft, the thief must meet two criteria which are lids not mutually exclusive, E1. The thief must fail to give you the monetary worth of the item in question. 2. The thief must take from your possession some item to which you subsequently have no personal access. 8 degrees say again that both these conditions must be met acts. In order for any act to be
if that's the
labeled a theft.
definition of theft, then
That
yeah,
said,
piracy kind of
soon
is
it becomes
theft.
clear to me that Sega's accusations are NES unwarranted. Sega
PS1 was
not being
pirated
paid for
way
its
more than
products.
Dreamcast.
OSS
True,
is
but
consequently
like
quick to
it
pronounce,
was
however,
it was
GSE
easier
falsely
to pirate
that it
on
is the victim of
Dreamcast
mass
though.
theft
There's like
big O caused by
PS1 you
those
needed a
who are
mod
playing
chip.
VH copied
Dreamcast
games. Let Sega not
you didn't even
VH
need to like
confuse what
modify
is
the hardware.
unfair
You just
with why
needed
PPRE
an
what
action
is
replay
stealing.
device, which is like $30.
If MSL SOS equals O,
And it
to be a thief for
basically
copy
just
backslash
completely opened up
ing
the
again
console.
and then lie will a copyright backslash failing to buy the GH New York backslash original by what NL7A72. Reasoning would rots, not be a thief for Yosie no GPS either.
It definitely was a
renting,
much
borrowing, or
easier barrier to entry to
and
pirate for the
thereafter
Dreamcast.
/ARYY failing to purchase BEL/
Now,
the title.
granted, you come at it from the
Stealing.
perspective of like in the Philippines, everyone had a mod chip
/enter to the game
in your
devil,
system. That's not
IP,
really
broker,
true
and
in
publisher.
like the US
Absolutely.
or
Sega may
places
be
like
losing
that.
revenue from the monetary exclusion of those who play duplicated titles, but it is by no means an act away of stealing. Indeed, calling gamers who play pirated NT games thieves is no more than Sega's natural, but response to either its fear or mental convictions of gamers debarring themselves as potential customers at the retail counter. Hope, then, that by this no have displayed to you that labeling certain people as with this term is an explicit misnomer, and should rightfully be omitted in future testimonies concerning gamers as
Don't
they
copy that
pertain to
floppy.
the piracy issue. Mike Poku, Sacramento, CA. Okay, first, you're just plain wrong. Second, you like using big words, but it's a shame you don't know what they mean. Plus, we had to edit your 5-page diatribe ending down or risk putting our readers to sleep. Piracy
Nice.
is theft. Theft is the unlawful taking of property all, so says Webster's, and we trust its definition more than yours. When you download or otherwise claim residential ownership of a copyrighted game for which you do not own an official version,
Another thing
you're
too
stealing.
is like if the
There
PS1
is
was
no
pirated
gray
more, I think
area.
it's
You're a thief.
more down
It
to
doesn't
like
matter
it just
whether or
sold
not
more
the
units, so
original
therefore
game's
there
owner
was a
retains
bigger
their original
base of
bits.
people to pirate it. That's what I'm saying is like the PS1, the piracy market was not the reason that the Dreamcast died. It was already kind of on its last leg around this point. It's just like it was one of the things that like irreparably killed it, I think. Definitely didn't help the state of the Dreamcast that it was so incredibly easy to pirate for it. And this was like around the time too, like June 2001, that's I think around the time like broadband kind of started being a thing. The PS1 was pirated before it was sold there. Interesting. Pre-modded straight from the store. Yeah, because, I mean, like... I don't know if they even... Well, like, they didn't even really, like, sell... They didn't even really see, like, the Philippines as, like, a really viable market at that time. It's not like now where, like... You know, like... You can buy any console you want in the Philippines same day or roughly same day as it comes out in the rest of the world. Like, they didn't really look at what would kind of be considered like an emerging market as super viable.
www.cost what was TS can see that TI, your loophole for criteria number 2. This Delete the ROM Go 4P Play Starty after 24 hours, rule that some sites suggest is nonsense.
Yeah,
Jeff
exactly. It was
Belolas It's a
copium.
courtesy imposed by the pirating community and has no basis in law.
Well, if you delete all your ROMs after
But
24
Jake
hours,
said
it's legal.
It all comes down to copyright. With Sega's copyright, he did
They
was
still
compare
don't sell
Tons of right of
console
distribution
games
and
there
distributing
officially.
Sega's
Really?
other games
Okay.
on TH Games
I thought they
yourself,
did now.
Either by downloading the code or what the machine IR
So what,
by
you just have to,
creating
like,
your own
import the
CD to
systems from
pass on
Japan
to
or
a
something?
friend as a perform? After Con sample violates that copyright, see section 106 of past games, Jake felt US Code Title 17. The reason you're not a thief for had better visuals, renting or borrowing a game is
When
that
you
do
register
not
your
retain
Switch,
games. Otherwise,
you choose a
possession of the
tax-free
borrowed
US
game,
address
well,
just
the
to
game would get a
access
5.0
Nintendo
for
Online.
trade.
Really?
You are permanently transferring the possession simply because they see section 109.
Oh, you said officially. Okay.
While you're at it, check out section C source ever NC
Well, how did they get it, though, then?
117, which pertains to computer software specifically. Powerful, then you'll find it all at www.loc.gov/copyright. As for older systems, the rest, you're splitting verbal hairs with flawed logic, any dumbass and manufactured definitions that no court in America can see that.
These writers
Would
sound like
accept.
you, I'm sorry.
In other words, you're wrong. But don't worry.
Oh, they
you
sell
can still
games here
subscribe
just
to
from third
GamePro from
parties.
jail.
Third-party sellers.
Or just let
okay.
them play what they want. Oops, PRC have some riot who th games except RCS. Anonymous but love RPGs. How can get my friends to like them? Casts broadband
At
data.
gunpoint.
Josh Keeley reports City IA tournament. Quake IL Blee with the adapter. Well, that depends on what you've already tried. Did offender Dan Electro you lure them over to your house with some candy? Kid Fingers has been said. Do you ever get a strange urge to communicate with the writers of Gone 4-@_dragon at GamePro.com IE?
Lure them to your house with candy.
GamePro.com
It's just candy. What's this thing here? Final Fantasy VII? Oh, just ignore that. It's nothing. Don't bother.
GLPSARA icon PX copyright. OODJ.
I don't know your writing in style enough to say that. It just sounds like that sort of level of pretension. No offense that I get from some of your videos.
J section, A Cent Stores, Jake Snake at GamePro.com, //CEAKA, Anas, a *_dingo at GamePro.com, 14SN Tokyo _drifter at GamePro.com, NNRR /1 year miss _spell at GamePro.com / RN Harry for more letters, /JF, go to.
Okay. Oh, they had more letters. Ooh. Okay, I just had a crazy idea. Let's read this last bit, and then I'm gonna do something. They had a website at this time. What did the website look like? Can we go into the Wayback Machine and see GamePro from June 2001?
Strap them into chairs, clamp their eyelids open, and force them to watch you play Wild Arms 2 while constantly berating them for their lack of taste and refusing to recognize their right to express opinions that differ from your own, and utterly ignoring their pleas for mercy? No? Then try that. Equals all beauty, no brains, GL
How
in your
dare
February
you
issue.
not like Wild
Jake the
Arms 2?
Snake
Was
gave
Wild Arms 2
section
3D,
DQ
or was it
later
like just
chronicles
top down
for
like the first
PlayStation
Wild
of
Arms? I've not played
4.0
Wild
for
Arms 2.
MB graphics, but only a 3.5 for graphics on the Dream Outcast. What was he thinking? Is he blind? Any dumb, free ass can see that the Dreamcast graphics are better OM than the PlayStation graphics. 712.5% Jeff Bella Las Vegas, NVBA and 4A, but Jake the Snake is not just any dumbass. What %ILI he did was compare the graphics for each game based on Zero AV's other games on that particular platform.
I mean, a lot of
based
Dreamcast
on
games were just
143 or
PlayStation
what the
4s, so
machine
it
in
makes
question
sense
can
they
do.
would
How
kind of be
did the game
graphically about
perform?
comparable.
After comparing Chronicles to other Dream Cast games, Jake felt that TRC on the Dreamcast could have or had better visuals, and that's the only fair way to judge in games. Otherwise, every PS2, GameCube, and Xbox game you would get a 5.0 for graphics.
It's 3D in
simply
battle
because their
and
core
overworld.
processors are ever more wide, powerful
In
than
dungeons,
PS,
it's
a
2D.
equals to older
Okay.
systems. IA equals backslash hashtag A0MIC any dumbass J section NS0NER equals. Ver backslash 1A2 can see that. 6, 20 euro ELT, a percent backslash, so 2NT forward slash, LS.
So what we've learned is if you want to get your friend into RPGs, just belittle them, question their taste in media, and call them a dumbass. Understood. Thank you. Okay, yeah, so let me... I want to try something. What was the... What was the thing that they said? What was the URL they wanted? Was it like GamePro.com or GamePro.net? Oh, it's, yeah. Go to... GamePro.com. Okay. I wonder what that URL sends you to now. Does anybody own GamePro.com? Actually, first of all, yeah. I want to see, does anyone own GamePro.com now? Oh! Oh, it redirects to PC World. Okay, that actually makes sense. I guess they bought out GamePro at some stage. Okay, let's go to... Wait, how do I get before 2006? There has to be a way, right? Oh, okay. Oh shit, well, I didn't mean to do it, but this is the first GamePro website. This is what it looked like in 1990. Oh my god, this is the most 1996 website I ever did see. Where is... Oh, calendar. That's what I want. Oh no, wait, no. Collections, changes, sitemap? How do I... Oh, I see. It's this bar. What would the website have looked like around this time? June, let's say, like, the end of June, June 30th. How do I make this go away? Oh. There we go. This is what GamePro looked like in 2001. That is, yeah, definitely a very 2001 looking site. Looks like there's a lot of, like, pictures and videos and stuff that just weren't really available at the time. Or I mean, rather, like, they aren't available now. Nintendo, PC. What about Nintendo? We might not be able to look at much of the site. It kind of looks like a lot of the, yeah, it looks like we can kind of just get, like, a basic layout of the site. It doesn't look like there's much, like, in terms of, like, articles or anything that are actually saved. I love the thing that just says advertisement. Like, they can't render an advertisement, so it's just placeholder text that says advertisement. Anyway, that's kind of what the site looks like. We can't actually look at much of it, so it looks like that one. Yeah, the Windows when media looks like that, exactly. I mean, for a 2001 site, it looks pretty good. Because it's kind of interesting, like, websites got, like, super detailed with, like, a whole bunch of, like, Flash and HTML, and kind of around the time Flash died out is when websites kind of went back to being super minimal. Not saying that HTML isn't capable of doing what Flash is, but... in fact, I think in some ways it's capable of more, but... oh, shit, actually... I wonder... I gotta wonder if, like, a lot of those things that we couldn't see are just rendered by Flash, and that's why we can't see them, because I don't think I have Flash installed on this computer. I don't know why I would. So anyway, well, to be fair, too, I think a lot of, like, those old articles might still exist, maybe just as a part of, PC world now, though. Alright, this is Buyers beware. Oh, put this.
RTA, URVGLE Airbase, BYORI, EEQ. I've been seeing a lot of complaints in the mag regarding DVD playback on the OPS2. I've had some problems, too. When played the DVDs on my PS2 in the vertical position, the DVD B would start skipping at a certain non-random spot in the movie and wouldn't play. Could even hear Jay the Reader Eye in the PS2.
Oh, those early
clicking around when it
PS2s were a
played
glitchy
DVDs
piece
or
of shit.
games. Exchanged
Honestly,
my PS2
like,
for a
especially
new
nowadays,
one, but
if
found
you
it
want to
had
buy
the
a
same
used
problems,
PS2,
so
buy
I
a
returned
Slim.
it for
It's
yet
almost
another one.
guaranteed the fat ones don't
Check
work.
the versions of the drivers on my new PS2 in the version
And honestly, they
information
barely
screen
worked
and
at the
discovered
time.
the drivers were version
evidenced by this.
1.2 instead of 1.1, as on my first two PS2s. Checked this with a friend who owns a PS2, and his drivers were also version 1.2. Neither of our version 1.2 PS2s have had any problems playing DVDs when the system is vertical or horizontal. Plus, can't hear the reader eye in the machine going crazy clicking around whenever the PS2 is loading or playing a DVD or game. Think Sony rushed on launch day and released
Yep, they did.
SFPS2S with a bunch of glitches, then it worked out are the kinks and started shipping PS2S without the glitches. People having problems probably need W to exchange their old PS2S for new ones from the latest shipments.
Yep.
Did, twice, and finally got D1 in good working order. T. John Grandstaff, via Internet RC Dollar version Informatics 7E, and PRDA, DVD player 1.10U, V, CSO / S each says J equals ET, A Sony rep responds, ND2, the driver versions are just something to undo with the different development.
Thankfully,
teams
this
that
is a
they work
one-time
on.
thing, and
The versions
companies
shouldn't affect G
never
how the
release
PS2 or the
cross-release
DVD
hardware
player works.
to meet an
As for
arbitrary deadline
certain
ever
DVDs
again.
stopping in mid-movie, that shouldn't be affected whether your PS2 is vertical or
You buy a
horizontal.
you buy an
Try turning
Xbox
on the
One launch, it's
auto-diagnose
gonna work
feature,
just as
which
well as if you
resets
buy an
driver
Xbox One
settings that
5
may
years
have been
out.
left by a previous DVD. If you get a black screen when the DVD stops playing and the red light on the front of the PS2 is flashing, your PS2 could be overheating, in which case it needs service. When you send your PS2 to the nearest Sony service center, include a letter with your name and address, the model number, serial
Yeah, Sony would
number,
never do
and
that.
name.
What's the yellow light of death? I don't know. You know, it's kind of interesting, like, the early PS3s had an insane... It's interesting how, like, the early PS3s, like the early, like, George Foreman PS3s also had a ridiculously high failure rate. It's just nobody talked about it because the competition had, like, an astronomically high failure rate. Like, if you owned an original white Xbox 360, after like a year or two of owning it, it was almost guaranteed to have Red Ring Death. For me, I had the fat PS2. Technically my brother had it, and I got it like handed me down from him. But yeah, I had the fat PS2. I tried like opening it, trying to fix it. Ultimately, I think what happened was the laser was just dead. Which, that's a common problem on those old early PS2s. Why I say, like, if you're gonna buy a PS2 secondhand, just buy the Slim. The Slims, I've had I've dealt with Slims having some problems as well, but definitely not as common as the Fat. Because there's just so much less. Also, they came with a built-in modem. Honestly, the PS2 Slim is kind of just a miracle of, like, engineering. I kind of don't entirely know how they did it. PS2 today, you can install things that make the laser about. That's true. You could just like install I don't remember what they're called on the, well, I guess free McBoot, really. You could just install like free McBoot or something and run it off an run it off a memory card and just like sideload all the games. This is Pepsi, Beth, by the way. And that's true. At this point, it's just easier to emulate the PS2.
Equals or pags, where SEEYQ will my PlayStation steering wheel work on the PlayStation 2?
This is a fan translation of the SNES version of Tales of Fantasia, I think. Yeah.
Pelican Accessories Sportster Y Racing Wheel, with every PS2 driving game available at press time. Some games worked with the wheel, and some didn't. It seems PlayStation wheels are compatible with the PS2, but not every PS2 driving game is compatible with this or any wheel. The following games worked with the wheel: M Ridge Racer V, Driving Emotion Type S, Midnight V Club Street Racing, and RC Revenge Pro. How, as ever, NASCAR 2001, FI Championship Season of 2000, Top Gear Daredevil, and Smuggler's Run P didn't work. If you have a licensed PlayStation N wheel, it will have a PlayStation logo on it. If V should work with those games listed. And in March issues,
yeah, PS3.
A reader
PS3, like the Slims and stuff, generally work decently enough.
At the time,
The fat ones are a little bit more dicey. Although, if you can get a PS3 fat, do so, because that'll be back compatible with PS2 games.
Consequently, THQ copyright couldn't guarantee that a replacement
If you can find like
copy
the
would
early
section
models
work
of
any
PS3,
better.
they're
Hardly a
kind of
satisfactory
expensive now,
response.
especially if
The
you can
watchdog
find
has
one that's
still
like
been
guaranteed
receiving
to
piles
work.
of letters about this problem, so he checked back FA with THQ to see what had been done. 3A THQ customer service rep said the problem was not with the software, written by THQ, but with the cartridge, made by Nintendo. It appears to be a manufacturing problem, the rep said. The good news is THQ is now ensuring the replaced 2 MET copies won't have the same problem as the...
Oh shit, they were like... Oh shit, there was like a manufacturing defect with like N64 parts? I don't remember that.
Broken copy. We're working closely with Nintendo and taking extra time to make sure the replacement we send does 5 work, the rep said. _N=R. The bad news is %HD how long this takes. 0-inch replacement time \NS for this game is 4U to 10 weeks. The rep
4 to 10 weeks,
FWY
GameCube will be out by
explained.
then.
10 weeks. You might 4.9 get having bought the game by the time /S3 you get a working copy. Regardless of who is responsible for the problem, THQ or Nintendo, one thing is painfully clear, and there's no nice way to say this: gamers who bought WWF No Mercy were screwed. Despite THQ's implication that the fault lies with Nintendo, ultimately it is THQ.
Come on, it's not as bad
its
as
licensors,
ECW Anarchy
contractors,
Rules on
or vendors,
Dreamcast.
including
That
the
game
big
is
N
amazingly
that is responsible for the product's IXLs. Is correction, the Watchdog
If you ever want to see
made a
something
mistake
so
in the
bad
watch
it's
issue
funny,
buyers
play
beware.
ECW
Editor's
Anarchy
note,
Rules on
the
Dreamcast.
Watchdog
I don't know if
is
it
human
came out on
after
any
all,
other
in a
console, but
canine
for sure it
barking
came out on
sort of way.
Dreamcast.
In
And for
answer to
sure it
Scott
came out in
Kincaid's
that
question
state.
about which PlayStation peripherals work on the PS2, the Watchdog incorrectly said the PS2 multi-tap will work with original PlayStation games when played on the PS2. In fact, original PlayStation games will not
It doesn't?
work with the PS2 multi-tap, even if used on the PS2. Original PlayStation software must be used with the original PlayStation multi-tap, even on the Y/PS2, strange but true. If you buy G-Need-Him,
Is the
Watcha Z-Dog
original
will be in the
PS multi-tap
dog
even gonna
house
work on the
behind
PS2? Because it was like shaped really weirdly. It was like shaped like a letter L. You would kind of have to like...
cold and
You would kind of have to
rain,
make sure that the
whimpering.
controller ports are in exactly the same place. Yeah, no, wait, no, I'm like envisioning... Yeah, no, I'm envisioning the shape of the original PlayStation multi-tap with like that weird L thing. There's no way that would work on a PS2. Because like the PS2, like that DVD slot is like kind of elongated, so I don't think that would work. Oh, hell yeah, Rayman. I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Alright, I'm back. Fair warning, I'm not, like, feeling super well today, so I may end the stream early. Anyway. Wait. Sega chairman Okinawa passes away. Oh shit. I guess that was like roughly the time that they were like, actually, no, we don't want the Dreamcast. We no longer have to hold on to this dangling turd. Was this the first CEO of Sega from like the 40s?
Section percent user ANCBWWO generous
Hello, Nintendo.
and suffers heart attack at 74E. The video game world recently mourned the passing of Sega president S equals NK Isao Okawa, who died of heart failure in mid-March. He was 74. Okawa's contributions to both Sega and several charities were large and legendary. Arguably Sega's biggest cheerleader, Okawa supported the company financially as well as spiritually. When the company had trouble rebounding from the disappointments of the Saturn, Okawa/Y stepped in as president. When Sega announced it would be discontinued, ING the Dreamcast. Nervous investors were conned CY4Y_. When Okawa returned his RNR, FE Sono shares in the company, EF, Epic, 3ACPA. Effectively donating close to $700 Oris 5S. For $1 million of his equals money to keep Isao Okawa will be remembered for his extreme.
No, that is Miss December. I mean,
additionally, Okawa generosity and commitment to charities. Ko gave generously to the MIT Media Lab and established the Okawa Foundation, FE, a charitable organization for informational technology. The Foundation's annual awards OO equals recognize.
was that a donation or was that them like roundabout funding it so that like you scratch my back, I scratch yours? I'm sorry, I live in 2025. I can't see a CEO doing something nice without thinking there's probably strings attached to it.
Officer Hideki Sato to the post of 5FNF president a week after Okawa's passing. Sato is a 30-year Sega veteran and planned BLL Sega's software-only comeback strategy with Okawa last fall. Sega's plans to discontinue the Dreamcast and create software for the PlayStation 2, Game Boy Advance, Xbox, and other consoles remain unchanged. Hey.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if it was Okawa's decision to kill the Dreamcast. Or if it was like this new guy's decision. I mean, for what it's worth, it seems like this is an alright guy. Like, he seemed like he kind of, at least to some degree, like, was pretty smart, just business savvy-wise. Yeah, McDonald's, Genesis game. Yeah, it's a good game.
ETCESTYAO0SSAJIRTR250BDEHR. This box needs the chip. New Sony's PlayStation 2 features a parental lockout feature in its DVD player, so movies that exceed certain ratings, such as R-rated films, can't be viewed without a parent set password. Microsoft, eager to top the PS2 with the Xbox, could take this concept one step further. Parents may be able to restrict what games are played on the Xbox through a similar system. That means that even if you bring home a game your parents don't want you to play, the Xbox won't play it. Naturally, adult owners of the machine would be able to turn off this feature. sound like a drag? Consider the upsides. For one, older gamers would be able to enjoy software tailored just for them, helping to establish the growing belief that
Yeah, I
video
wanna
games are not toys, but rather a valid form
assume
of
that
entertainment
like
for
almost
adults as
nobody
well as
used
kids.
that V-chip. Well, nobody
Developers
used the
actually
V-chip
like
feature
the
when it was like in
concept because it means
TVs.
they won't have to water
Like they
down their
included
content or make
V-chips. I think it was like
alternate versions for the
mandatory at
sake
some
of a
point to
family
like
rating.
include a V-chip
Turning
inside every
humans into
television, and
robots or
still
zombies
everyone
is
was
a pain in
like,
the ass, said Epic's Cliff Belzinski,
Think of the
lead
children.
designer of
They might be
Unreal
watching
Tournament, in an
nudity.
interview with the website Inside.com. More details about this feature will likely emerge at this year's
like we
E!
gave them a
show.
V-chip and they just ignored that because, God forbid, something actually gives them an excuse not to complain. Alright, what's this? Oh, is this, what is this?
Rating 5.0 bad batteries, be gone. Pelicans charge and go works like a Palm Pilot cradle. Pop in the included rechargeable AA batteries. Swap the battery plate on the back of your Game Boy Color for the included one. Leave your GBC resting in the base overnight.
My
and 8
memory
hours
of like
later,
those like
power.
charging kits is
You're good to
yes,
go
you
for
could
another
charge
10
them, but they
hours
didn't
of
last
gaming.
as long.
It's cheap. It works like
It
a
does,
charm,
but yeah,
and
it
it's
would save a lot of
environmentally
money
conscious.
on like
2.
buying
Fair
AA
price,
batteries for it.
$14.99.
$14. That's actually a really good
Pelican
price.
accessories 323/234-99IL www.pelicanacc.com.
Metal Gear Solid 2 action figures, let's go! Metal Gear Solid 2 was on the PS2, right? I don't think there's like any like
Use the dollar bills to buy
MDC
the
Metal
cool
Gear
toys.
Solid games that are like
Indeed, PS
not
McFarlane Toys
highly
is readying a
acclaimed.
new line of Metal Gear Solid action figures based on the upcoming Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty game.
Oh,
and the
upcoming, so
prototypes
yes.
that were debuted at this year's Toy Fair trade show looked spectacular. In addition to Solid Snake, OS, 5 Revolver Ocelot, and Top. At Olga, there will be 4 yen, 3 as yet secret 3 FNO 2 EMY characters in the line, and Dash, Sentai J72 best of all, accessories from all 6 figs will /O, Y combine to form a 7th, Metal Gear NN /Ray. And Ray won't be available any
Admittedly,
style
that does
some
look
other
like
way.
kind of a sick action
Watch
figure.
for the line to roll AY, yen proud this fall. SS of BWHA equals FF, RA equals RX.
Not really like super into action figures, but yeah, I'd be lying if I said that didn't look sick as fuck. Alright, what's Metal Pro? What's this?
IT's about time someone put some kick equals ASS 5 cars on the information superhighway. Get ready for the internet's first racing RPG.
Whoa.
55 Sir once.
A racing RPG. Actually, that does sound cool. So this is like a Flash game or an MMO or something? No, did MMOs exist in 2000? No, they did, right? I think this is like right around the time, like... Well, actually, no, Phantasy Star Online existed. Yeah, there were totally MMOs at this point. I still gotta play Phantasy Star Online. It's taking longer to load than expected. Here we go.
SNAME changes and concept reinventions, engine overhauls, and near-death experiences. It's been a long, wide and bumpy road for Motor City Online, but EA's ambitious
Motor
racing
City
game is
Online.
finally emerging as one of the most 6% promising titles in the persistent online universe onslaught. PS2KPEAT, copyright the city that never sleeps EE.
Yeah, so it's a racing RPG. I'm not gonna actually read all of that, but it sounds interesting. I'll tell you what. Commander Keen. What? Oh, no, wait, no, never mind. Oh, no, does that say Commander Keen? I don't know. I'll tell you what, if you... Yeah, okay, that is Commander Keen. I'll tell you what, if you are a fan of, like, the EGM ads and how good they looked, GamePro, well, presumably had, like, if not the same ads, very similar ones. I didn't know they made a... Yeah, Commander Keen. I didn't know they were still making Commander Keen games by this point. I don't see any consoles listed, so it might have been PC exclusive. Unless, are these just like the old games repackaged?
Chuyo Newtse 7, EGA has hung up its plans for the Dreamcast, but Sega games may soon be just a on-phone call away. That's because late last year Sega and Motorola inked plans to develop games for Motorola's Iden handsets, the company's next
Did that end up
generation
happening?
multiple communications cell phones. IDN Tiffin games of
Probably. I think
Motorola's
I mean, for what it's worth, I do think I
represent one
played
of the
like a Java
evolutionary
version of Sonic the
pathways
Hedgehog,
technology
so
companies are
I guess to
exploring
some
in their
degree it
quest to
happened.
create the do-it-all handheld device. The IDN units combine 4 distinct services into a single internet-ready digital device: mobile telephone, two-way radio, alphanumeric messaging, and data/fax transmission.
But yeah, I want a Sega phone.
You can even connect some IDN phones
call
to
Sonic
a
the
notebook
Hedgehog, it'd be
computer
great.
or a PDA, personal digital assistant, for use as wireless modems. Motorola has set up IDN wireless communication systems all around the world. According to the company, several million people currently use IDN portable phones, which enable users to instantly communicate with one or hundreds of people with just a single button press. Java flows alright, so IDNs sound like a pretty cool way to stay connected, but for gamers, all you have to know is that they are cell phones with LCD screens. Behind the screen is a CPU that supports the Java programming language, which was developed
What
by
were Java
Sun
games
Microsystems.
like at this point?
Java is similar to
Because,
the
like,
C++
didn't the
language
3310
that
come out
game
around this
developers
time?
use,
And,
but
like,
it's smaller
wasn't
and
video
not tied
games
to
just,
any
like,
specific computer platform.
sub-Game Boy?
That's part of the reason
Or
why
when did
Java
the
is so
3310
prevalent
come
in
out?
web
I remember my mom
applications since
having,
people
like,
access the
I don't know
web
if it was a
from so many
3310,
different
but it was
types of
something like
computers.
that around this time.
Java games are spread all over the web. Just run a search for Java games. In fact,
I guess
connect
Java
to the
phones
GamePro
were
website,
kind of starting to be a thing.
www.gamepro.com, to take on GP's
I guess
very
just
own
starting to be a thing
Java-powered
because they kind of have to
challenge.
like explain what
And
they are.
however, the IDN cell phones use the Java 2 Platform Micro Edition, or
Java
J2Me,
2, so that
form
must be
of
like
in Java.
pretty new by this
2Me
point.
enables game developers to use something called the K Virtual Machine, KVM, a highly optimized Java code designed to work with consumer devices with limited memory, X processing power, and display capabilities. Can you say, cell phone? The KVM is as snug as / a bug in a rug in a teeny, tiny
Snug as a bug in a
128
wug.
kilobytes of memory, and, apparently, it will make it easier for Sega game designers to custom fit games into the phones or reuse existing games as wireless content. Sonic Goes Cellular. The first Sega game to be featured in item phones will be a puzzle game called Borkov that, according to Sega, will be similar to Tetris and Columns. The current plan calls for the game to be preloaded into new item handsets, and users will be able to play
turn this down a
only
little bit.
against the computer. In the future, Motorola and Sega plan to enable gamers to download new games across the internet. In development are Columns, Sonic Bomb Squad, Sonic Head-On, Sonic Logic, and Sonic J.
I've not
Hardcore
seen
gamers
any
have
of
been
these
mourning the
games.
loss of Sega game systems
I'm pretty
this
sure I
year,
even
but
specifically
as
looked
item
up
handsets,
Sonic when I
they
did
may
that
be
Java
easier
phone
to find than ever.
stream, so...
5. And Sure.
What happened to the Art Academy segment? I don't think I'm gonna do that for, like, Eldiner magazine. Just because, like, I kind of want to get through as much of the magazine as I can in one stream. I kind of don't want to do, like, other stuff in there, but, I will do another Art Academy on Saturday. Which, by the way, if you guys have not already, please vote for what movie you want to see this Saturday on Eldina Cinema. What does the poll look like now? It looks a little something like 10 votes. Oh, God. Oh, wait. Oh, no, no, no. I was gonna say it's tied. No, somebody voted for, somebody voted for Brazil. So, First Blood has 50%, Kindergarten Cop has 40%, and Brazil has 10%. So, if you want to... So if you want to vote, do so now or forever hold your peace. Honestly, if First Blood wins, I'm kind of excited for that. I always wanted to watch the first Rambo movie. But anyway, yeah. Sega was putting out mobile games. I guess... Well, it's kind of interesting, because, like, Sega, even while they were making consoles, they were still kind of, like, putting out... They were still kind of, like, doing, like, mobile games for other platforms. Like, there was that one... Sonic Pocket Adventure thing on the Neo Geo Pocket Color. I think there might have been like a Virtua Fighter game on some other system as well. I could be wrong. Oh no, there was Golden Axe on the Wonder Swan. So they were putting out games on handhelds even before they officially killed the Dreamcast. Just, dear God, literally anything but Nintendo. Hell, they were putting out R-Zone and Gamecom games. That's how they were just like, We'll do anything, literally anything but Nintendo. Just, for the love of God, do not release your games on anything that has a Nintendo on it. And then they were just like, okay, fine, yeah, we'll just put our games on Nintendo. Turns out the Gamecom might not be the success we think it is. Super Bombad. Oh, Star Wars. Right, yeah. I've seen this game before. Super Bombad Racing. The game actually looks pretty fun. I've heard kind of mixed things about Super Bombad Racing, but it looks alright. It looks kind of like... what if Star Wars had Mario Kart?
For ARRY Potter has charmed your faders YUNGC and OID in J.XK. Rowling's enchanting tales of a wizard in training.
Rowling?
Can you
Oh,
repeat that
no.
magic in the gaming realm? /GamePro brings you the exclusive first IX Get the ET section why Harry Games do this October. I won a by Air Hendrix.
I think they were trying to like say like some spell, but it just got mangled. I didn't know this loop was so long.
Then if you've been living in a dank, distant cave for the past few years, word of Harry Potter is 5% would have reached you by now. His novels, penned by Paige P.E. and J.K. Rowling, have dominated the bestseller charts in AAA yen the US and in countries from Australia to Chile to YLBS Israel. The first
Israel?
Harry Potter
Oh,
movie
yeah.
will lure hordes to PN at =CA Pi 8 theaters on November 16th.
I am
And
not
the first
taking a
wave of
stand on
video
Israel
VA
YouTube.
FRTL/games will lead the charge this October.
Do not nuke me.
GamePro IIGL WHI takes you inside the pages of the development team's low MSIIN Harry Potter spellbook for an exclusive glimpse at a PEOS, what could become an exciting new series of action/2 LEA adventure games. If you're unfamiliar with the Harry Potter books, here's the basic gist. In a world where wizards move, OFS unnoticed among normal folk, or muggles, words in green are defined in the Potter Primer. 7 sidebar, a young boy escapes his tyrannical foster parents to be trained as a
Tyrannical.
wizard. Rowling's whimsical writing style keeps the WSS captivating stories light but engrossing as Harry heads off to school, encountering all sorts of magical wonders and challenges. Electronic Arts is the wizard behind the curtain for Harry's Dash games, planning 4 titles for the PlayStation, Game Boy ADV,
Electronic
Mouse
Arts
Dance,
behind a
Game Boy
Harry
Color,
Potter game.
and
Somehow
PC.
that just feels fitting.
Although all 4 games will be pound
many
equals
ways.
5 named Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's RT, log OE #Z Stone, after the first book.
Yeah, that's
For
what
more,
it's
Egon, JBook Info, see sidebar, spell books, %ALR1 they're not identical.
The Harry
They will
Potter
explore
games, from what I
similar
understand,
themes
are
and
actually pretty
environments,
good.
but CHA each will offer its own gameplay experience.
Some fairly
In fall
decent adventure
2002,
games.
Harry will return with
Which
4
are
new games for the
decent,
PS2,
considering, like,
Xbox,
They're
GameCube,
just kind of
and
like
Game Boy
licensed
Advance.
games.
Yen, 4% obviously, EA bagged a Dragon's Hoard of Gold when it scored the Potter J. Reed 3-1 license. But, considering that licensed games often aren't worth the CDs EEIG while they're printed
Variety
out,
action.
will these
Yeah.
titles live up to the expectations
Yeah, I think
of Harry's
I
fans?
think I played a little
See
bit of like
7
Prisoner
number
of
2
Azkaban,
copyright
and I
file
kind of remember it
importantly,
being sort of
once
like
Harry got
a
that
decent
PM
little like
2-1
action puzzle game.
FSTRCEBS will interest your average gamer. 0 RGRN SRT Lot V5s, K. Rowling wrote her fiction in AENSSBS on SEBN file and way that game mechanics flow out of it. 7. AGIG. $47 says
I guess this
Bruce
is before the movies
Senior
came
Vice
out.
President MOPI Section CPII equals and Group Studio General Manager at EA LS IAFI. He too continued P.
Because they're referencing like the books.
NE,
They haven't
tongue
made any
sticking
reference
out,
to the
ARP
movies, I don't
equals
think.
bin.
So this must be before the movies
SE
came out.
equals OBS 5 SO equals PE NN ZVLEI ball. For NL hashtag degree, the following is a crib sheet of notable dates equals for Harry Potter fanatics. But remember, as Prof. DZ McGonagall says, predicting the future is an inexact YSDRNY. Form of Magic K hashtag Z October. First games for the PlayStation, Game Boy Ad, EI, Advance, Game Boy Color, and PC.
I remember the
at
Game Boy
4
Color game was
16,
just like a
movie
straight up
hits
RPG.
theaters. Spring 2002, fifth book is released. ARAEN movie comes out on video, DVD will have pound high. Maui
Oh, okay, I guess the movie
feature
had
ad
just
about the
come
video
out,
for
and the
yen
movie's,
API
and it's gonna
for I,
come out on
GN
video
for
pretty
RN.
soon.
October 2002, second round of games IES3 in. IAHW2KB. For the PS2, Xbox, GameCube, and AARE.
Hey, Verducci.
Game Boy NI, SN, and no A at 5 at on
Anyway.
TNA.
I'm not gonna make it read more of that. Yeah, the Harry Potter games, from what I've seen, are pretty decent for what they are.
And copyright D, the first book, he explains, is packed, ESCRE senior _O with moments that seem almost designed IR equals RM pray to appear in a game. The gauntlet of Ilri of puzzles that Harry faces to rescue the Mia PM degree section Sorcerer's Stone. The character equals 855 building that takes place as Harry learns the
I still love the story about how we couldn't call it the Philosopher's Stone over here
MS said such a
because
rich environment to work in.
they thought
YJ
stupid Americans
Macmillan
would think it was a
continues,
philosophy
We're
book.
developing layered gaming where hardcore gamers 3 will find all sorts of cool things that casual players won't need to do. If all this talk of Harry Potter is gobbledygook to you, Chris 5 Gray, executive producer at EA, explains that you
Chris
still have
Gray?
something to look forward to. If you
I didn't know he
haven't
worked
read
for
the
EA.
books, you'll
Answer,
ERE
yeah, they probably
enjoy the
bought up
games
Grey
just
Matter
as
once
much.
it
They're fun regardless of
know,
your knowledge of the
stopped
Potter
being
world.
viable.
The games will have lots of twists,
I know of Chris
dash,
Gray.
and
He was
turns,
the
and many
CEO of Grey
unexpected
Matter.
surprises. We
Did a bunch
definitely
of
want to reach
early
Harry's fans,
computer games
but
like Boulder
everyone will
Dash,
enjoy
and
these games.
then spent like the 90s doing a bunch of
ROWA,
shitty licensed games on Super
TR100, of
Nintendo, like
course,
that Wayne's
the
World
games will
game.
feel familiar to Harry's fans. We're taking pivotal plot lines and characters,
The
explains
Captain Planet
Macmillan.
games and so on.
If you ask anyone to pick their 20 favorite things from the books, you'll find them in the games. We're not medical EEI, OL loosely following the book or the film, 9 terabytes copyright, TE, them. There are
It's not in
elements of
terabytes,
both
I
that
wish.
don't VPN LTD.
I'll probably be getting to
work
the
in games.
Game Boy
But
Advance
we'll have
Harry
the
Potter
best
games at least
associations
fairly
UI,
soon,
the TR4,
within the next
both
couple of
worlds,
weeks. So
like
that'll be
positioning
kinda
a
fun
camera
to
easy
see those.
3257.
I know the Game Boy
SAS,
Color
20 in
Sorcerer's
places
Stone
that
game is
the
an
movie
RPG. I'm
couldn't.
guessing.
WYVXOK Bell Vim. What sort of familiar elements will
I'm guessing
SH4
like Game Boy
gamers
Advance is
encounter?
going to be kind of similar.
A mysterious,
Either that or maybe
hooded
Game Boy
Ella
Advance will be a
Francois
little bit closer to the console
figure is
games. I'm
often
not
the
sure.
cause of trouble in the OT3 games. If something goes wrong and
Actually, I
Harry's
think
not
it was an
sure
RPG.
why,
Maybe it was
it's
more
always
like a
gold
Zelda-like.
to Mort, says Gray.
So like more like
Rowling
a
herself
top-down
has a
adventure
strong
game with
interest
like
in the
direct
games and
action
number
combat.
8 checks in regularly with the development teams, more to ensure that nothing ID in the games will contradict
Either
her
way, I
highly
could see
detailed 7-book
either of
plan
those
for
styles
Harry,
working
then
well with
I
Harry
to
Potter.
actively steer the game's creation. To help the games stand on their own, EA has also developed its own look, SEA, and style for Harry that differs from his appearance in the movie or the books and equals illustrations. It's the right Harry for video games. Other ideas from other mediums were not so applicable,
AKA
says Gray.
PS2 graphics
Also,
sucked at that
you'll
point, so you
recognize him
couldn't
next
really
year
make
in the
Harry
video
look in
game
any way
sequels.
human.
His virtual appearance will build up the concept in TH3M people's minds. ZC Quidditch questions. One thing that should send Harry's fans flying after the games is the chance to play Quidditch, the wizard's
Oh, you can
sport.
play Quidditch? Oh, hell yeah.
For 3D Quidditch simulation, underscore
With the same
underscore
shitty,
underscore
Quidditch effects as in the
beyond the
movie?
capabilities
That'd be
of
cool.
most of the platforms that this year's titles are being released on.
Seriously,
And
go
besides,
back to like
as
the
Gray
very
says,
first
with
couple
a
of Harry
world
Potter
so
movies.
rich,
The
a
CG
game
is
that's
just
53
laughably
just
bad by
Quidditch
today's
would be an
standards.
injustice.
It got really
It's
good.
ID
Don't
instead,
get me wrong.
in one
but,
level of
you
the
know,
PlayStation,
2001
PC,
CG looks like
in
2001
GBA games,
CG.
GBC players get no Quidditch. Gamers will play a virtual version of the Wizard's game, taking C on the role of Seeker and dodging bludgers until they see the snitch. Then the games will go
I guess it
into a
wasn't on the
dive
Game
mode
Boy
in
Color
full
version,
3D where
it
it's
says.
up to you to stay copyright on your broomstick and in the game, Gray says.
Actually, if I remember
Potion
right,
potions
Sorcerer's
UR
Stone
games
was
are
like the
intentionally
last Game
designed
Boy
to be
Color
unique.
game.
They began with the common goal
Or
of
one
what
of the
Gray
last,
calls
anyway.
the Harry
I
Potter
think the last in the
experience.
US.
All four will feature the familiar cast of Charlene Weasley to Hermione Granger to Professor Dumbledore. I'd help
Dumbledore?
as Harry works through his first year at Hogwarts OS. The school for Collate Frog Wizard cards will play a leading role in all the titles. Acting as continued after next page, or www.camapro.com, camapro.com.
Oh wow, this got like 3 pages. And yet I still don't think this is like an actual review, more just like an upcoming. I'm hoping that like GamePro has more detailed reviews than EGM had. That was one of the most disappointing things about EGM is they like the way they did reviews was just like, okay, write 3 sentences about a game. There's your review. I guess to be fair, these magazines just sort of prioritize like gaming news over reviews, but still.
Gura Say Potter Primer.
I wanna see what games are good, damn it.
Glossary of Harry Potter lingo and locales. By Misspell YX Chocolate Frog Wizard dislikes most students, but absolutely cards, think baseball cards, but hates Harry and 3-4 famous wizards. Meluin Chocolate Quidditch, wizarding sport of
Chocolate
frog makes them
Quidditch?
popular
Oh, hell
with
yeah.
students. Played on broomsticks. Teens of equals 50 Diagon Alley, a hidden London 7 take to the skies over a court P3 street where wizards do their shopping with 3 towering
GamePro reviewers at
circular
least
bull's
actually
eye
play the
and
games they
backslash
reviewed.
Draco
Well, I mean,
Malfoy,
that
a
is
rich,
sadly the
snotty
bare
Tossy
minimum.
PA'd student at Hogwarts who hates Ty Y the large Ted Canner
Well,
Al
sadly
Y ball,
not the bare
while the keeper tends goal. Harry, and whom Harry hates. P.S. 2 other balls, called bludgers,
Like I complained about how
the
brief the
Muggle
reviews are in
relatives zoom
EGM.
around
At
the
least they
court,
kind of
try
know
and
what a
tell with
video
whom
game
Harry
is.
lives on Privet Drive knock players off their brooms. Each after his parents' death. They despise team has 2 beaters who pro him and treat him poorly. Tech their team from Bludgers and Forbidden Forest. They also redirect the Bludgers toward a woods near Hogwarts, filled with the opposition. The final player, by known terrors and magical creatures, Seacomer must catch the tiny EO. Iron winged snitch, thus ghosts. Many ghosts inhabit Hog, SLFADH, usually winning the game. 2 warts, one for each house, a ghost hashtag, teacher Professor Binns, and Peeves, Ron Weasley, Harry's
They demonstrated
best,
knowledge
poltergeist.
that
Friend, he has 5
only
older
someone who
brothers.
actually played through the
These
game would
equals
know.
Gringotts.
Yeah, true,
The
fair
Wizard
enough.
Bank, run
It's
at
almost
OSS
like they're
by
pros at
goblins.
games.
It's the safest place in the
It's
schoolhouses,
almost like they're
all
game.
students and world. Wizards have their own money, are lodged in a dormitory-style houses, at gold galleons, silver sickles,
Admitted when
and
they
bronze
couldn't
name
beat the
for each
game
of
or
the
dropped
4
it,
founders'
yeah.
knuts of Hogwarts. They eat, sleep, and go.
I mean, I guess at least the
Choose
reviews
classes
are a
with
little
the
bit
members
better.
of their
It sounds like, I don't know if the
Hogwarts
reviews
giant
are
banal,
any
Kofi
more
Defo
detailed
House.
necessarily
Their
than the
achievements and of plus
EGM
TN
ones, but at
senior
least they
Odd
seem like they were a bit
Sherpa
better
Fences earn
written.
and lose points for
If
their
nothing else, that's an
Hermione,
improvement.
Hermione house. At the end of the year, the T. Granger, Bossy and Booksmart House Cup is awarded to the House X, a good friend to Harry and Ron, and with the most points. Exo FDHT, one of the best students at Hogwarts, GRYRS Inder, Parios equals Hogwarts, English boarding and brave, this is Harry's house. He
Anyway.
sent
Oh god, how many pages? Okay. Man, do I even need to play the game? There's 4 pages of the entire... just describing it. Did I even need to play the game at all? I feel like I just did. Join now, Red Faction! What was this, an MMO, I'm guessing? That's what it looks like. Miners Unite! I guess this is a review, or not review necessarily, but like a write-up about Red Faction.
Read, Miners Unite, how much longer will you
Oh, it's
put
a
up with the
PS2
abuses
game.
of Ultra? Look at the bathrooms, bunks, and living quarters. Think about the food they serve and the way the guards treat you. Who but animals would put up with this type of abuse? And what about the plague? After all these years and empty promises from Ultra, why is there no cure? How many more must die before you take a stand? It's time to realize that conditions on Mars will not improve. It's time to stand up and fight. We must fight for our rights, for our freedom,
To
for
party?
our very lives. We've got the weapons, the vehicles, and the technology. Now all we need is you. Be ready to strike with us. Wait for my signal. When it comes, strike hard and strike fast. We must free Mars. Better red than dead.
To all miners from EOS. Response. Miners Unite! Man, even GamePro's trying to unionize. SMH. What's this? Is this still Harry Potter? Or is this Red Faction now?
The Game Boy Advance title plans to put the emphasis more on action than adventure, as the gameplay will
Oh, yeah, this is
unfold
still
in
Harry
a
Potter.
top-down isometric view. The game's 29 plus quests will involve tasks like collecting ingredients and mixing potions for Professor Snape.
Ah,
helping
okay,
Hagrid
so
find a
this
lost
is
pet,
more an
battling
action-adventure
trolls,
game. I'm
and
guessing this
playing
is kind of
Quidditch,
maybe
of
a bit
course.
closer to the console version than the Game Boy Color
Color
one.
title will E.T.E. then a slight resemblance AI6CZ underscore GI to Pokemon, presenting a top-down ERR.
Harry Potter Pokemon.
Equals,
I feel like
equals,
that's
RPG
some ad
adventure.
exec's wet dream.
Players will tackle percent, E-section, and turn-based magical encounters and Ed Sally BDD tot estate hashtag trade wizard cards, including 2 AYEW player trades with a link cable.
Aw, hell yeah, it's also a deck builder. I cannot wait for this fucking game. It's gonna be the most GBA thing I've ever played.
To learn new spells and take on more powerful creatures. AD Wizard with all the hype surrounding the Harry Potter books over the past few
Honestly,
years.
this does
Many
at
gamers
least
may
sound better than
automatically react
Pokemon.
unfavorably
Like,
to
there's
the
like an
upcoming
actual
games.
story to it. That
Yet the
story
sheer power of
being
Potter
a
means
well-established
that this
story
series
that's
will likely
already
be a
proven to
force
be a
to be
hit.
reckoned with in the coming years. So let's hope EA makes games worth play for New York ING. Fortunately, the early sneak peeks seem very promising. If while Gray and EA's development team are ready to meet the challenge, we're incredibly excited about capturing Harry's world. We know expectations are high, and we want to live up to them. 3 4 and 2 IAESNDRV.
I wonder who actually developed the games, because I refuse to believe EA did. They usually don't. They usually just publish games.
Dukes VAR Joe 4BB. If you
Was
haven't
it
yet,
Traveler's
asterisk
Tales?
JFCTS
They might have developed the Harry
3X,
Potter games, or at least some of them.
IAE4LYNTS read the immensely S74 series popular Potter AAEJE Li JFOWY Bookstat KM. RLWHD3EYTS Rolling, EYAW4 HESWPN.
Anyway. What does JK Rowling stand for? The JK? Alexa, or no. Hey Meta. Oh wait, that's right, I don't have the Meta classes on, never mind. I'm gonna assume it stands for Just Kidding Rowling. Black! Oh, black and black. Oh, back and black. I see. Is this still going? I'm gonna skip this.
New drivers. No Face, the horribly RTERTARREARTT Len. All players will be able to execute a Phi 2G, scarred driver of the lethal coupe, jump move to avoid incoming attacks. AX Crazy 8, Sad Sally, the goth girl who momently attached to her
goth
face
girl.
by her obsessive father.
I'm sold now.
And Bloody Mary, who FER personifies the phrase, always a bridesmaid, never a bride, and occasionally YEAHL a mass
What the
murderer.
fuck is this right at?
Some fan faves from TM's early days will appear as secretive characters, for a total of at least 15 playable psychos.
Finally!
Twisted Metal,
15
Black
playable
is taking the
psychos.
Car Combat Champ back character appeal,
That's so many
and
psychos.
furious frame rate, and
All of them
P52
playable.
Power Tournament creator Calypso will be returning to, once
what is
again
this, a fighting
offering
game?
the ultimate prize, whatever the winner desires, no matter how depraved. It's still the genie in the bottle, says Dave Jaffe, Twisted Metal, Black's director,
Oh, Twisted
and
Metal.
lead designer. Only it's a much darker genie in a much darker bottle, Rio Owen. In the preview version, that genie
This is kinda like-
manifested itself in
what is
Down,
it, Twisted Metal
doubling
Black,
Ninja
I guess-
Light Scary
I guess
Cinemas, which
is
illustrated
what this is.
quite
I've heard
graphically,
decent things
just
about
few
Twisted Metal
Samus
Black,
and
if I remember
VNR
right.
RN I section X equals
Supposedly
equals
this
A,
game is pretty
T, A,
decent.
VNO, what motivates the participants? Brief pre-rendered sequences will explain each character's backstory and ultimate fate in the single say Lima SE3, 2, the Black R's LYFJ player campaigns. The individual stories are secret, but a sneak missiles, fire, AB equals preview of the tales of Mr. Grimm and Sweet Tooth revealed exploding GA, Foresight Connect bonus. For Sense high production values and creepy dialogue from specific
Yeah, Twisted
to
Metal Black, I think, is supposed to be
SAADS
one of the
comic
better
writer
ones.
Paul Jenkins, Witchblade, DS. Alan Humans, Hellblazer. EREEFDTG /TTS, Motoral Combat. A Crazy 8 special lightning attack can be aimed on a 10 if deeper character develop concentrated stream toward one opponent and if 8 PEP //TB does massive damage if it hits. Meant, Twisted Metal, Black will reward 10 /71 skilled players with richer gameplay and multifaceted 4T
I guess there were some pretty big PS2 games coming out within like the first year.
AI equals. LF that moves, but the game will also
Twisted Metal
deliver
Black,
complex
Devil May Cry,
yen, OC
MGC,
combo system,
MGS2.
alternate firing methods for most HLEW. P weapons, and plenty of advanced techniques for vets to CA5 master, with a return to secret moves similar to those ID=I, one found in fighting games. In fact, Jaffe describes the game /5 play as Deathmatch meets Street Fighter IL in cars. Mr. Grimm will be back on his bike, continued. And this time, players will learn whose skull he uses as a helmet. Font, IEAESEHIGETAF equals IV4 equals.
Where we go, we don't know. We keep on flying into the night. Ain't got people looking for a place to go. A journey through the Milky Way, using our own technology. Fly towards eternity, into the space. Sky riders, be soldiers. A land of plenty's what we're looking for. Prosperity and harmony is what we need for sure. We are the
ED Metal, Blacker, gameplay, which Incognito maintains was always copyright Neo, Evasive DI, was 7%, EEOEEU Ion 2, Zombiel weapons, like helicopters that sprayed gunfire on, a $1 command. Metal will also have energy-based attacks, APSE equals is for like freezing and invisibility, plus skill weapons that read 5 as equals a mid CEAEO5 section do more damage if you keep a player in your sights EEGMSBO equals EE, manually. Arcade physics are returning to emphasize FSOSP equals, fun over driving realism, or, as Jaffe puts it ain't equals. EEIT, and weather effects will Gran Turismo and it ain't supposed to be, Persich Fins Pity RGGE Hell on Wheels OOW, drivers will duke it out in a prison, a junkyard, on rooftops, through suburbs, OTBS, and in the heart of ominously named Rumble City. Already absolutely huge, 5DYA3 ETA8A4 some levels will expand even further. For example, walls will fall down to FAITH yards FY. Reveal more terrain, power-ups, and enemies as the fight progresses. In AI, while addition to living environments full of traffic and pedestrians, pretty LNANIE, much everything in the level will be gleefully destructible, fleet A equals X7, / from houses to blimps to the fairgrounds inspired by Cent equals by something wicked this way comes. And, yes, pedestrians / ISSDM
I mean, the game
will be
definitely
fair
looks
game.
really good. I'm not really a fan of
Twisted
Twisted Metal because I
will be
just
anything
kind of
but
can't really
bleak.
play it.
Sweet Tooth's giant
But
rooftop head obstructed impressive
this game
real-time
does look
lighting
really
and weather
good.
effects like rain and sun, players view in previous games, so incognito sets have already been implemented. Battles featured some of the Watansuret in Ed T most vibrant, intense explosions seen on the PS2 yet. Even in the preview CT/PE version, the game was running at 60 frames per second in 4-player split-screen matches.
60 frames a second.
Y0
That's so
and
many frames.
CND, one of the coolest options was the single-player split-screen mode, which HN low, for exhibited a rear view on the top half of the screen and the standard forward eye saw view on the bottom, so you could see who was blasting away behind you. The view could be toggled at will. The controls are being refined, but they responded STN quite well already, and included an option to use both analog sticks for steering and Nia Te PSA. IED audio is still being tweaked, but the growls of engines and the thunder Ben equals N equals of flaming collisions rocked. Equals 05 ETO re HR or Guy Fear, not for covering up pop-in defect clearly, the pieces are coming together. From here, it's a matter of polish and balance before the game's June release. Oh, and there's one other hurdle. All those disenfranchised fans who loved the first 2 games but lost interest in Twisted Metal's 3rd and 4th sequels, which were created by 989 Studios. Besides the lure of the PS2's power, how do you win back those old-school players? The trick, says Incognito founder, Scott Campbell, is simply to stress the original team's desire to return to what it arguably did better than anybody. Think we've picked up where we left off with
Well, I mean,
Twisted
this
Metal
game I
2
think is
and
generally considered to be
WMFOA,
pretty good,
pulled in our
so
original vision from way
I
back.
guess they
It's
accomplished
the
that at
ultimate
some
car
to
combat
some
game,
degree.
He, AE says. We've turned up all the knobs in all the areas, we've given the fans what they want, and we've taken it to that next level, 3. BTN OCRSI dash and NT Nat UT Smashing Drive 5 taking a page from the Crazy Taxi Play manual is Smashing Drive, an arcade driver with a similar theme but %NDAL a different
Smashing
approach.
Drive. I've
You
never heard
play
of
as
that,
a
but it's
New York
apparently
City
like Crazy
cab
Taxi.
RTC driver who must take passengers to their destinations.
Or maybe
as
I have heard of
quickly as
Smashing Drive. I've
possible
definitely
and
never
beat the
played it, though.
computer-controlled driver. Underscore equals P instead of relying entirely on shortcuts to shave seconds beat NX off your time, you'll also rely on your cap, which, after call ROA5 lecting certain power-ups, can transform
I
into
guess
different.
Crazy Taxi was
And
more
RX
influential than I
vehicles,
thought. There
a
were a
battering
couple
ram
of
to
Crazy
smash
Taxi likes
obstructions,
around this time.
glider wings to soar over pileups, and Bigfoot tires to power over obstacles. 2 arcade units can be linked together for fierce head-to-head competition, where
Oh, it's
drivers
an arcade
not only
game.
race against each other for the fastest times,
That
but also earn
makes
bonus
sense.
points for smashing each other up. You can also qualify to race SL equals on a bonus track by ranking several high scores, while top drivers will be able to input their results into a website that compiles all the top world, GE if wide rankings. 7-1 equals.
What does this game look like? That, apparently. Did L ever introduce the thing where if you press... No, apparently not. I asked about, like, a thing where if you press 0, it goes back to the minimum, but... I guess not. Or if it is, I messed something up. I don't know. Anyway, what's this? Vampire Night?
A. Ta, Vampire Night, smiley face developed by Namco, Sega,
Namco.
and WoW Entertainment 741 Mia I3 published by Namco WELYLE Disappearance of Enki in Gage may not be Manager J target release date. May first look terribly significant, the hardware powering Vampire Night is. Co-developed by
This
three
is also an
companies,
arcade game.
Night is the first arcade game developed on System 246RC equals #YDIA #hardware, which is based on the PlayStation 2 graphic engine. As for
I
the
guess
game,
even
NA
at this
Nazis
point,
1I,
I guess even still they were doing like
X357
arcade hardware
OAA
based on
in
console
itself.
hardware.
Night will feature 1 or 2 players shooting against an army of .AC4I*1 nets. You'll blast through 6 non-linear stages, including snow, stone, fire, EA, EOI, UI, darkness, and moon, but the monsters that populate them require sharp PLIRS equals and wise shooting skills to defeat.
They did
as
something
they are
like that with
vulnerable
like
only in various
PS1
weak
hardware. I
spots
forget what that
equals
board was
EY,
called,
ENI,
but I
backslash
think
that
like
are
one of
called
the
out on
Tekken games
screen.
ran on essentially
Another key
PS1
factor will
hardware.
be innocent civilians. RN
Albeit, I
iPhone
think
JE
slightly souped up.
IGBNRP01A SMI, who can be bitten and transformed into vampires. If a human is bitten, a FTNet, HALP3. SM27CA LG3 pounder NST flesh bud appears on screen. Shooting /4JB2 equals L Seritin the bud can save the human, but if U equals I, JSJ, STN NYDCA miss, the infected person joins the ranks I fancy equals \A of the undead and thus becomes your on 32, 3 \HI
this game looks
section
pretty sick.
523.
I wonder how difficult it is to
enemy.
emulate Vampire
Night will
Night.
also
Would you
be
need
loaded
Techno
with
Parrot?
RD
Probably not, because if it runs on
sent
essentially
by
PS2
LB4
hardware.
random elements. such as bosses that 3 low cent nig 4 IA1, can appear at any time during a stage, and =3 QE. EY7L // and secret items hidden in ordinary back, NS TAC =AR equals E, for XAFN section, 7 TYO ground objects. 3 perk cons, equals Surthkin sysab credums, 0/0 equals, credit, S, 0 ADPHITH, Dairy RRESERN, He3 Yen 4 electron volts Rio G2 HOT Sal, LHE and EEPL SEUOEOE SAT, NOWA FSBSCAI Pay at CNET ERYFY OITE, ASA SU.
Entered, win a BMX bike! Hell yeah. They take one look at me like, nah, we're not giving him the bike. We'll just give him whatever the cash equivalent. What's this? Oh, fuck this level. I can successfully say I beat at least the first Phoenix right in 2025. And Artanelico, for that matter.
NSWO Ox equals YWWF Raw is War by Dan Electro Roy, were developed and published by THBDS Say Fall AEAEMIS. EORSEI 15 reset for XK1 even better than the real thing. % Wrestling fans are already pumped for WWF Raw is War.
I guess it was still called WWF at this point. I don't know when they made that change, but it would have been pretty soon.
Want to give away too much
when they called it the WWE because of the lawsuit with the
definitely
Wildlife
ramping up
Fund.
for a supersized
Honestly, I don't
entry
know
into
how
the
the hell they
Xbox
thought they
ring.
could get away with that.
Visually,
And
the
how they
Xbox's
did get away
chipset
with it
has
as long as
power
they
to
did.
burn, so it's fair to expect a game with as _much photorealism as possible. As these character renders show, just a handful of for the planned 30 or so superstars, the level of detail will be truly incredible, plus, faces, will be
Vince
articulated
McMahon
with
had some
expressions
dirt on
in the final
them
game.
fucking pandas.
As far as superstars and arenas are concerned, we will make every effort to have them look exactly the way the show is scented, said Yasutaka Asakura, the game's assistant producer. AAV3, and we feel the Xbox will allow us to do this like never IL3 before. More wrestlers will appear on the screen at 4 yen equals degree once, so get ready for some truly rowdy royal/FF cent equals rumbles running at 60 frames per second. I/50SL dash. YYI4 lag, gimme that microphone. A4/L section, one thing that should be improved this for time around is commentary. Many fans MMTN, IK
Year
missed the
2000?
play-by-play announcers and now
Is that when they switched
SmackDown,
over to WWE?
and Asakura assures fans //
Okay,
this
so,
will be
I don't know.
rectified.
I guess there was still some
Entrance
leftover,
and
like,
victory
WWF
announcements 3
content.
+40 /4 by ring announcers are currently being planned. he reveals. 1 rupee. Also, announcers will be at the announcer desk, and they. 3 ZZ
That's about the
equals
time
move
when
along
they
with the events both in and
lost
out
the
of the ring.
rights to the World Wildlife Fund.
JP,
Okay,
whether or
yeah.
not we'll hear the wrestlers talk at P equals Sand Snack remains to be seen, heard. V3 OEN equals 7 pound degeneration Xbox G2, iOS Yen IO, right now, THQ is not planning any on, C, 2 equals S equals line elements, the developer is focusing, WO, on core wrestling gameplay, and creating J versus A. B. Smooth character animations. Most fans and at 4D
I guess they
equals,
just still had like some
would
stuff
agree
in
that getting the
development.
basics right
yeah.
is 5 smiley face 3, and more important than loading the game up JY number 3 degree at PRY with extras. There's still plenty of work to
Blue Bomber is
L30
back. Oh shit.
/be done on Raw's
New
4.
Mega Man game?
So check out Posty.
What did
7
Nintendo
reports for more details. G3
Mega
3
Man
asterisk,
Dual Override
percent
reveal
NAE,
trailer.
GamePro June 2001 50 www.gamepro.com letters at gamepro.com.
I guess something good has come out of the... What even game is this, though? I don't... This is a really fucking vague trailer. Yeah, I don't even know what they were trying to show with that. I don't know what kind of game it's gonna be or anything. Well, look forward to a new Mega Man game, maybe. I don't know what kind of game it's gonna be, but maybe it'll be good, possibly. You never know. Anyway, is Raslin. Really? Oh my god, how many pages are there dedicated to a fucking wrestling game? Well, clearly I made the right choice, not... Yeah, I don't think people are this invested in a wrestling game. If they are, you can pause and read. Survivor? Ooh, good band. Spin Control was this.
WYTTMPM WVTM Go STF ESL Pure fee equals 15 IT. True that Sega has stopped making, sadly, yes. Sega ceased manufacturing the consoles its existing stock at $99.99 each. When these Dre more will be available?
Oh, I think at some point there was a way to get like a voucher for a
Money.
free Dreamcast.
Sega spent a ton of
They
dough
were
to
literally
launch
giving away
the
the
system
Dreamcast
just
towards the
wasn't
end.
selling well enough. Despite with a 28-bit machine and having all that great S didn't go for
It was
the
not a
Dreamcast as much
128-bit
as Sega
machine,
in
that
the
was a
last
lie.
2 years. Sega has lost about $500 million Dreamcast and its expenses. The company is worth. That's a huge chunk of change for a company to par needed to do something drastic to stop the Fanank. The Dreamcast was the fiscal equivalent of radical, but the Dreamcast 15 still a good. See who wants to save the system rights. The executives change their minds? No. Unless all those people send in $500 million. 15 Sega going out of business? No. Thanks to this decision, the opposite is true. Worry about the hardware side of the business. Me focus on what most of its fans believe is its core STR, making games. Sega is changing into a software arm much like Electronic Arts or Capcom. It will pick what games it wants to create for the current the market. Sega has already pledged support for T-Station 2, Xbox, GameCube, and Game Boy Ad Plus. It has a few dozen Dreamcast games still co-out this year. Will Sega stop making Dreamcast games?
Well, in Japan, they
Not
kept
this
the
year,
Dreamcast
anyway.
supported until like
Sega has
2007.
announced plans for about 100 games worldwide. At least 30 of those are
So
slated for
Dreamcast
release in
technically
the US.
had a life into the
After this
PS3
holiday
generation.
season, however, the appearance of new games from Sega or from third-party companies
think those-
will
to be
all
fair, I think
depend
those
on
releases
how well
were
the
spread out pretty,
2001 games sold. What about Sonic Adventure 2? Shenmue 1? What about, insert game title here? Games like Sonic Adventure 2, Crazy Taxi 2, and Shenmue IL are all on deck for a 2001 release.
Video Game Awards are rigged.
Chances are if the
Are
game
totally
has been
rigged.
announced,
Did
it's
you
still
literally
coming out.
just find this out? Or
Basically, it's
they've been rigged for decades. Basically, whatever Kojima can turd out, fucking that gets Game of the Year. Also, hello, Orc.
a question of money. If the companies think they can make a profit by publishing Dreamcast games, you'll see some. If they don't, well, you won't. What about the broadband adapter? The zip drive? The DVD player?
Looks like Square
The
paid,
digital camera?
or Squaresoft
The
paid.
MP3 player? That US over IP thing? Sega's
Okay.
broadband network adapter is already available.
I didn't even
You
know
can
Square
purchase
came
it
out with
from
anything
your
this
local
year.
store or directly from
Was
Sega
it
via
like,
the
unless, was
company's
it like
website.
Final Fantasy VII Remake
The
Part
zip
3
drive,
or something, that
digital
one?
camera, and MP3 player won't be coming out in America, though you might see photos of the Japanese versions and plans for the DVD player were scrapped sometime late last year. See Pro News in the November 2000 issue of GamePro. / in GH.
Sega was gonna come out with an MP3 player? That would have been sick. I mean, like, Jeff Keighley, like, reviewing video games next to a fully visible Dorito and Mountain Dew packaging. That should have clued you in that maybe the Game Awards are kind of full of shit. Honestly, like, all of these kind of award shows I don't take seriously anymore.
equals GamePro, that leaves the voice over IP technology, which lets you verbally chat with a friend while simultaneously playing a game with him. Because Sega.com is still kicking, and the voiceover project is really its deal, you may yet see this incorporated into Dreamcast games, and maybe a few other systems.
I don't think that ended up
too.
happening.
Stay tuned. When companies stop making
I don't
Dreamcasts,
think there were any
will they also
Dreamcast
stop
games that ever had.
making VNUS
I mean, there was
and
Seaman, but I mean, like, voice.
Like the consoles,
The
these
voice
types
chat
of
online. I
items
didn't
will
even
be
think.
on sale in stores
Did
until
Xbox
the
even
stock
have,
runs
like,
out.
voice?
If you need a spare controller or memory card, now is
Could
the
you even,
time to
like,
grab
do, like,
one.
voice online with the
Before
original
XYNU
Xbox?
is available now.
I want to say that
If you
didn't,
can
that tech
find
didn't
it,
really happen
they're
until,
going
like,
fast as
360.
Fantasy Star Online players can gobble them up. Of course, third-party companies like Interact and Mad Cats will probably continue to make replacement controllers.
I think what Orc is
15
basically
Nintendo
saying
going
is,
to
like,
buy
the
Sega?
people, the
No.
games that won basically
The New York
paid to be
Times
there.
reported that Nintendo was buying Sega.
I haven't seen the
but
Game
news
Awards.
was
I'm not
false.
particularly interested
Both
in that.
Sega and Nintendo have flatly denied it. Hiroshi Yamauchi, the president of Nintendo of Japan, said, "There is absolutely no chance that Nintendo will buy Sega. Can't get more definitive than that."
That would have been funny if Nintendo bought Sega. That also means they would have owned Atlas, though. We could have seen Nintendo Persona. The Persona Mario crossover we never knew we didn't want.
RO Presence equals H heard that Microsoft was going to make the Xbox play asterisk Dreamcast games. True? Nope, both Sega and Microsoft deny it. It made some sense.
I mean,
After all, Windows CE is built into every Dreamcast, so the two companies do have a friendly business relationship.
Yeah,
But the
I mean,
rumor
well, they
turns out
did
to be
kind
just
of,
the
in a
dreaming
way,
of
make
fanboys.
the Xbox sort
Heard
of
some
like the
company 15
Dreamcast
making
2
Dreamcast
unofficially,
set-top
but no, it
boxes.
never played Dreamcast games.
True? Yes, indeed. Pace, a leading manufacturer of digital set-top boxes in Europe, Section is incorporating Dreamcast technology into its personal video recorder, which acts like a VCR, but instead of saving the program to tape, the Pace machine records it digitally to a hard drive. As digital TV services adopt the technology,
Oh, is this
Pace
the
will be
actual
offering games
PSX,
like Shenmue
not
for
like the
play on
PlayStation
demand
1, but
as
like
a
the
download.
actual thing called the PSX.
There's no CD drive, so you won't be able to insert your existing games into the machine, but you can play stuff, sort of like a free rental.
Well, that didn't end up
You'll
happening.
find a full report in our May issue's Cutting Edge department. One just
It
signed up for a
basically
second
turned
account.
out to be a
What
PS2, but with a
happens to me?
DVR built in.
You can still use your SegaNet account for internet access as long as you like. Sega isn't getting rid of that, and new contests and content will still be yours to check out. Also, your SegaNet account works with the Dreamcast or with a PC. If you are using it on your console and want to use it with Windows, check out www.sega.net for all the info you need. How long will the SegaNet game servers continue running for things like Phantasy Star Online and Quake III Arena?
How long did they last?
As long as you keep playing PSO and Quake LLL, really. Sega will maintain the online game servers until people no longer log on to play. What about Bleem for the Dreamcast? Bleem for the Dreamcast, aka Bleemcast, is officially still in development. Bleem will let Dreamcast owners play PlayStation discs on their Sega system, and at a higher resolution.
That never happened, did it?
Keep in mind that Bleem is an independent company. Sega has nothing to do with Bleem. Check
Bleemcast. Did that end up happening? Was there a
for
version of
official
Bleem for
updates.
Dreamcast? That would have been
50
sick.
when it comes down to 1S that paid either $200 or $19 or $99
I'm
for
guessing
a
they canceled
doorstop.
that, but that would have been sick
No.
if they could have gotten that working.
Just because a system isn't being made anymore doesn't mean it's not fun anymore. That's ludicrous. Just ask any of the millions of people who still enjoy playing their NES, Genesis, SNES,
People
Atari
playing NES games? That's
2600, and
ridiculous.
so on. You and your Dreamcast can live a nice, long, happy life together. All you have to do is play it. 2 \.
And I mean, like, there's, like, so much homebrew shit on the Dreamcast, too. Like, Dreamcast never really died in the same way, like, the NES and the SNES and Atari and stuff never really died. 21 to win. Velatro? I guess, oh, these are some of the really good Dreamcast games they're highlighting. Like Choo Choo Rocket, which I'm not really able to play. It's kind of just a bit too chaotic for me to really figure out.
It's not the same old game of cat and mouse. Sega's first online game is also a strange, addictive puzzler wherein players steer streams of rodents into colored bases, using only arrows on the floor to guide them. As a 4-player game, Choo Choo Rocket is frantic fun.
Yeah, it's kind of the reason I can't really play it.
Mess where to, pal? How about down Mount Hill at 80 miles per hour, catching air when ever possible as you deliver terrified passengers to their San Francisco destinations?
Crazy
The
taxi!
Dreamcast port of the arcade Smash is practically FY pixel perfect, plus it includes some BD, new console-only modes. B.
Get her alive. You're coming with me.
Tecmo's Beautiful Brawler managed to upstage Sega's
Big
own
Beautiful
Virtua Fighter
Brawler.
3 TB in looks, style, and gameplay. Don't be fooled by the pretty faces. A tight combo system and smooth animations prove that sexy characters aren't dead or alive to's main appeal.
Despite what all the gaming magazines would have said at the time. Echo the Dolphin, I've heard this game is kind of jank.
TVIVR. The aquatic mammals transition from Genesis to Dreamcast was triumphant, not to mention gorgeous. The controls
It
might give
does
you a
look
little trouble
really
at
good,
first,
I must
but it's
say.
worth learning to swim. Echo's challenging underwater adventure pretty much redefines deep
I might
gameplay.
have to play Echo the Dolphin. Maybe not on stream, but I might have to play it on my own time.
Skate or Die. Highly stylized JGR mixes rollerblading, street art, futurism, and funky tunes for a cool action game with a unique graffiti come-to-life look.
Jack
The
Ryan
import
Radio is another
version,
one of those that
Jet
like
Set
kind of looks
Radio,
good, but
is
I'm not
worth
really sure
checking
it's
out
my
too,
thing
thanks to
actually
its
play.
different soundtrack.
Marvel vs. Capcom 2!
The culmination of Capcom's 2D superhero fighters, MVC2 tops them all with a stunning 70-plus characters. You'll spot some obscure faces from the archives of both Capcom and Marvel, who make for nice alternatives to the usual Ken, Ryu, Wolverine/Magneto suspects.
NBA 2K1.
The EA Sports franchises never came to play in Sega's arena, but who cares? Instead, Sega followed its own muse and created excellent sports sims
That should
without
be the,
worrying about responding
honestly, that
to
should have been the
anybody
selling
else.
point. It's the system that's
NBA
100%
2K1's
free of
plentiful
EA.
options, killer graphics, and online play makes it
We
a
should've-
must-own.
Flip that around as the selling point. Like, we don't have EA. We have good games that humans might want to enjoy.
Both a fan and critic favorite, NFL 2K feeds football fanatics huge doses of pigskin action with a look that just won't quit. Moreover, NFL 2K more than holds its own when it comes to gameplay. Internet support means you can literally throw a pass from California to New York.
Man, even Tom Brady can't do that.
First-person PC shooters don't translate to consoles. Oh yeah? Check out Sega's excellent conversion of ID's first-person Frag Fest, then think again.
Oh, one
Mouse,
game won
keyboard,
everything.
And broadband
Oh, shit.
internet support only sweeten
Honestly,
the
I
deal.
have no idea even
There's
what
a
came
reason
out
this
this
game is
year.
legendary.
And honestly, I think unless you were, like, really in the loop, you don't know what came out this year either. I don't think there was really much of anything, like... What's, like, the last, like, major game to come out? Fucking, like, Hogwarts Legacy, maybe? Anyway, Quake Arena. We got Power Stone 2, another good fighting game.
Capcom's 3D brawler succeeds in being fun and funny, with
There were a lot of
cartoonish
games that came out
characters
this
who
year that
hurl
were
tables and
amazing.
share
Alright.
at each other, but who can also do visually impressive power
Oh yeah,
levels.
that Marvel
Don't
Cosmic
let the lighter
Invasion.
tone
Yeah, that's
fool you.
true. That
This
game
one
does
has
look pretty
plenty
sick,
of
actually. I think I
SmackDown
played
power,
the demo
too.
of it. Anyway, Power Stone 2. But I'm talking like the big, like graphically intensive AAA games. I have no idea what came out this year. Like there were some decent retro style ones, but like I don't know, like games that like people under the age of 40 might enjoy.
Let something vile be your umbrella. Capcom's zombie hunting franchise came to the Dreamcast with an all-new,
Estrega
exclusive
has
chapter.
better gameplay than Power
The
Stone.
action
Well, they're
slash
totally different
adventure
games, aren't
gameplay
they?
isn't a major departure, not that that's a bad thing, but the Dreamcast's power offers high-res thrills and chills.
Resident Evil Code Veronica. Isn't that the one that like is kind of controversial? Or was that what was it? Nemesis? No, Nemesis is something else. No, Code Veronica. Yeah, Code Veronica was like the third-person shooter one. I think I played Code Veronica on PlayStation, maybe. Unless I'm thinking of something else, but the one that was like a shooter on PlayStation, I kind of enjoyed that actually.
Yu Suzuki's incredibly detailed adventure masterpiece took years to complete, and the effort shows. The game's heavy puzzles and light
Ares.
action, not to mention the controversial ending, elicits different responses from different players, but nobody doubts the impressive scope.
I would love to see like a remake of Shenmue that kind of gets rid of some of the jank controls. I know they did Shenmue 3. I would like to see like an HD remake of the first Shenmue. Nemesis is part 3. Alright. I forget which one. Like, AVGN reviewed one of the Resident Evil games. And like, that's kind of like one of the ones that's like, I don't know if it's like definitively bad, but it's like a little bit controversial in the fandom. Skies of Arcadia. Oh, this game actually looks pretty decent. If I remember right, isn't this one like kind of like spiritual successor to Panzer Dragoon on Saturn?
The Dreamcast finally got a first-class, fun role-playing game in
I'm thinking of Gun
Arcadia.
Survivor. Survivor, that's what it
Without a few
was. That's the
blemishes, and you may have
controversial one.
arguments with Grandia IL fans about which game is better, but Arcade's epic quest is worth playing to the very end.
Yeah, I liked it, but I think there's some like diehard fans that kind of didn't. Actually, I want to read what was the write-up about Skies of Arcadia, because I might actually want to play that one at some stage.
The Dreamcast finally got a first-class, fun role-playing game in Skies of Arcadia.
Oh, it's an RPG.
It's not without a few blemishes, and you may have arguments with Grandia IL fans about which game is better, but Arcade's epic quest is worth playing to the very end.
I think I actually need to play Skies of Arcadia. Actually, I say that. Didn't they release Skies of Arcadia on like didn't they re-release Skies of Arcadia on like, I think it was like the Xbox or something, and that version's kind of better? Or I might be thinking of Phantasy Star Online. Because there was like no, I'm thinking, okay, Phantasy Star Online was re-released, I think, on like the PS2 and the GameCube. And like the GameCube version is supposedly kind of the definitive version. I forget if they re-released Skies of Arcadia. But I think I remember watching like a Silo play this game and it looked really good.
Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop. Work that ball.
AVGN's entire channel is built on exaggerated video game hate. Fair enough. I'm just saying, like, I like it. I'm just saying, like, I think, like, the fans, probably just because it was different, really.
On the court and everybody knows.
Magic on the blacktop. SNK had some good-ass music.
While these games are sold separately, if you liked one, you'll want both. Heavy on action and low on sim, the two games give you just enough real-world detail to keep things moving. And, of course, they both use the special fishing rod controller,
Honestly,
which is a
I'm not even a
must-buy.
fan of fishing. I'm not even a fan of fishing games, and the Sega Bass fishing games actually look pretty fun. Especially if you can get the that Bass controller. Kind of gives it like some like kind of Wii like almost motion controls. Sonic Adventure.
On the court and everybody knows.
Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop.
Magic on the blacktop.
Nothing sells Sega like the big, blue blur, and Sonic's appearance shortly after the Dreamcast launched made a lot of people sit up and take notice. High-res worlds and absolutely blinding frame rates make Sonic's 28-bit debut his fastest game to date. The only downside?
They kept going with the
Motion sickness.
128-bit thing long after that had kind of been disproven. Like, Sega basically kind of employed the same strategy that the Atari Jaguar and stuff used, where it's like, oh, well, if you add all of these processors together, it's 128-bit.
Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop.
In reality, I think it was... I forget if it... I don't even remember if the Dreamcast was 64-bit. It might have been 32.
Magic on the blacktop.
The Dreamcast may be seriously wounded, but the soul still burns.
Fuck yeah, Soul Calibur
Namco
is like...
unveiled the stage of history.
I want to
with
like
its
go
first
through Soul
and
Calibur
only
at some point. I wonder if that
Dreamcast
has a
game,
story
and
mode.
pulled off a feat.
I could, like, dedicate an
which
entire
looked
stream
even
to the
better
first
than
Soul
its
Calibur.
arcade forebear. An absolute must for Dreamcast
Or I guess the
owners.
first one was, what, Soul Blade or Soul Edge or whatever they called it. Space Channel 5, aka the original Proto Miku.
Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop.
The more copyright infringing Miku.
Magic on the blacktop.
Nick's one part retro, 60s style, one part alien invasion, and one part pink-haired cyber hottie, and you get Space Channel 5.
Oh,
an
wait.
oddball
No,
action
this isn't the
slash
game I
rhythm
thought it
game.
was.
Pressing buttons to match on-screen patterns
Oh, no, it
may
is.
not be for
It is.
everyone.
It is a
but
rhythm game.
SC5 comes through loud and clear for music fans.
Yeah, this is... Space Channel 5 is basically Proto Miku. Miku was just a twinkle in, what is it, Alala's eye?
Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop. Work that ball. Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop.
Microsoft's space shooter shines, offering slick visuals and a decent story about warring factions in the depths of the
Starlancer, I didn't even know
universe.
this one.
It's more or less the same game as the Windows version, but the Dreamcast version is by far the best space shooter on Sega's console.
There's no way to play the game on emulation properly. Honestly, even, like, disregarding that, like... Yeah, like, emulation... Honestly, like, even, I think even, like... I think there's even, like, some issues if you were to, like, hack a Dreamcast and play Space Channel 5. But, yeah, like, even then, it's, like... From what I remember, it, like, had, like, this really stupid thing where, like, it didn't actually have any sort of visual prompts, so you kind of just had to memorize the game in order to actually get good at it. Less of a rhythm game and more just, like, a glorified Simon, and honestly, I'm not sure how I feel about that.
You know those Sony owners frothing over Tony Hawk games? Pick up this version and you'll understand what they're drooling about. The arcade-friendly mix of stunts and secret areas make THPS 2 the best skateboarding game ever, and one with unusually high replay value.
That's how it plays, but the instructions are pretty clear, like up, left, up, up, up. Oh, okay. But the timing is beyond strict. Yeah, and like you said, emulators introduce a lot of input lag, which basically makes it unplayable unless you have like a unless you actually have like a physical Dreamcast and a retail game. I think even like, I think there might even be like just some issues with the ROM in general, because I think even if I remember right, like even if you hack the Dreamcast and like sideload and put in like a burned copy of Space Channel 5, I think that lag is still there. I want to say, didn't they put like a sequel to Space Channel 5 on the Wii or something like that? Virtua Tennis. El, have you played Virtua Tennis? Is it any good? You'd be kind of the authority on whether tennis games are good. It looks good for sure.
That's right, tennis. Video
Is it
tennis
also on
ranks as
PS2?
not
I've heard the
only one of
PS2
the best
version
games
also
for
kind of
the
has like a lot of
Dreamcast,
input
but
lag.
also, according to GamePro editors, one of the best games ever created.
I don't know if
Super
that's
smooth
true of
animation
like the
combined
retail
with
version or
rewardingly deep
just
gameplay
if you're
makes this
emulating
a
it,
surprise
but
match that you'll love.
I see what they did there. Okay. Dare to Dream. American Pro Trucker. What the hell? Man, we're really starting to like reach for Dreamcast games now.
One ISO Invaders if an arcade racer that puts you behind the wheel of a big
Virtua
rig sounds
Tennis is
silly.
decent, tries
Well,
to be
it is,
realistic.
But
Okay.
the gameplay
I've heard
isn't.
it's good.
18-wheeler will challenge drivers with a cross-country track peppered with rival truckers who aren't afraid to play dirty. The early versions looked and played great.
The early versions? I mean, why would you play that though? Big Mother Truckers is right there on the Game Boy Advance. Clearly the superior trucking game.
You'll control a fantasy civilization, ruling it as the supreme deity. Your presence will be felt in
People
the
who
form of an
pretend to
evolving
play tennis
spirit
think
animal,
it's super
and
realistic.
your attitudes will correlate with your civ's
People
prosperity.
who actually
but
play
that
tennis.
doesn't mean it isn't fun being a vengeful, petty
No
ruler.
hot shots.
The learning AL
Tennis
already rocks.
is more realistic. Plus, it also has clap hands. So, black and white? I've never heard of this one. Let me read that copy again. Are they gonna? How long until we see Confidential Mission? That would be funny.
WTVAE Sig Meditatius Ra Phi Kal Bang Myconi OS ruling it as the supreme deity. Your presence will be felt in the form of an evolving spirit animal, and your attitudes will correlate with your civ's prosperity, but that doesn't mean it isn't fun being a vengeful, petty ruler. The learning
Do I need to play
already
black
rocks.
and white? I might need to play black and white. This game looks kind of sick. Honestly. I'm writing that down. Not sure if I'll play that on stream, but I want to play that in some capacity. That game looks actually kind of good. Bomberman. Presumably just Bomberman. Oh, I mean Bomberman Online, potentially. At least at the time. That could have been a pretty decent draw.
The Saturn edition of Bomberman was one of the series' craziest entries, and this version will keep the flame alive. Bomberman plops players into a maze to blow each other up. The game will be equal parts action and strategy, and those 4 controller ports will be put to good use.
I kind of wonder how fair it is to call games like Bomberman or Pac-Man maze games, because I feel like a maze game would kind of imply there's an end to it. There's a way to get out of the maze. I don't know. Like, there's no way to just leave Pac-Man. Like, there's openings, but those are just, like, warp zones. Same with Bomberman. There's no way to just leave the maze.
Took quite a few people by surprise. Whereas the first game went down in San Francisco, the second will move cross-country to New York. Look for more drivers, new vehicles, and a few mini-games to spice up the already frantic beat-the-clock racing.
The shot timing, placement, effect on spin, power is very true to actual tennis and Hot Shots tennis. That's really cool. There's also Hot Shots golf, I think. I wonder if that one's just as good. In Virtua Tennis, the CPU can randomly line up a power shot that's near impossible to defend, which is arcadey tennis. Shots how surface... Oh. Yeah, shows how surface level people are. They see realistic graphics. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, this looks really realistic. Obviously, it must be. Fighting Vipers 2? Never heard of this.
Remember your local arcade, circa 95? Chances are Fighting Vipers was there, a weapon-based, flashy take on the Virtua
This looks kind of
Fighter
sick.
engine.
Elle, have you played Fighting
The game
Vipers
came to the Saturn a year
1
later,
or 2?
and the full coin-op sequel
Apparently
showed
the
up
first
in
one was pretty
98.
popular, so maybe you
A
have.
home version is out in Japan. Cross your fingers.
I've never heard of this series before in my life. This is Half-Life. That didn't even come out.
A thinking man's first-person shooter, the tale of Gordon Freeman's escape
think
from
that-
a monster-filled lab
Yeah, this-
after an experiment goes horribly
this
awry
port never was
will be
even
joined
released.
on the Dreamcast disc by Blue Shift, a completely new adventure starring Barney the security guard.
You played both. They're decent, but the graphics suck. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Half-Life... I don't think that was ever officially released even on the Dreamcast. It came out sort of unofficially, but never officially. That's weird that they would highlight that. Maybe, I guess the idea is that it would have come out at some point, but it never did.
The sequel to Virtua Tennis loses its prefix to join the rest of Sega Sports offerings. While it probably won't be out until November, anybody who played the
I don't know if this
original
ended up
knows
coming
2K2 will have a lot
Hey,
to
speaking
live
of
up to.
Dreamcast, here's some music.
Details are sketchy, but Sega has announced that Venus and Serena Williams will star.
Shit. I didn't even know the Williams sisters were in the game that long. They're still, like, doing tennis, aren't they? So they've been doing this shit for, like, 20 years? It's kind of insane.
Shenmue Her 2 picks up where the first left off, with
I
Ryo
think this one came
Hazuki's
out on
investigative
Xbox
journey
and not
taking him to Hong
Dreamcast, if I
Kong.
remember right.
Expect to meet an important new character, Shenhua, and to learn more about Ryo's nemesis, Lan Di. Will Ryo find his father's murderer this time around? Stay tuned.
Or am I wrong and Shenmue did come out on Shenmue 2 did come out on Dreamcast. It came out on something. And then like years later there was a Shenmue 3, which I've heard is kind of eh.
He's bluer than blue, badder than bad, and back
Maybe I
to
need to
stir
play the
up more
Xbox.
trouble.
Maybe I do
Along
need to
with
play
his
Shenmue 2.
usual
Maybe that
complement
fixes
of
some of the
running,
issues with the first
jumping,
one.
and spinning moves, the sequel to Sonic Adventure will feature a new somersault maneuver and upgraded shoes that let Sonic grind on rails.
I've not played much of Sonic Adventure 2. Mostly I just know of like cruising around at the speed of sound. That's about all I know of Sonic Adventure 2. Also, that was kind of like around the point where they kind of just tried making Sonic into like almost like a skateboarding game, if that makes sense. Just like it almost felt like that was like around the point when like Sonic 3D sort of started playing itself, which led to like
On
the
the
ludicrous
Saturn,
conclusion of
World
like Sonic
Series
06,
Baseball
where it
was
just
a
became
home
a
run,
glorified
so the Series
QTE.
28, the debut was something many sports fans couldn't wait to play. But Sega's first Dreamcast version was more of a strikeout than a power-packed hit. Look for Sega to learn from its mistakes for the 2002 edition.
Oh yeah, so they're just like at the point where it's just like, yeah, no, this game sucks. Grab the gear. What is the gear? Actually, I guess I don't really entirely know what all this is. Oh, more Dreamcast games. Well, the last one ended on like a game where they were like, oh, this actually kind of sucks. So where do we go from here? I love this game's music, by the way. What is it? MSO?
There are 2 Dance Dance Revolution games made for the Dreamcast.
There were?
And neither one is available in America.
Oh,
Konami's
that's why.
Purplicious dance title is worth playing in the privacy of your own home.
What?
But you gotta get the floor mat controllers, too.
Okay, yeah, so that's where we go. We go from games that suck to games that didn't even come out in America.
The limited edition of Tecmo's popular 3D fighter is essentially the same as Dead or Alive 2, hardcore for the PlayStation 2, though a few features from the Sony version are not included here. In other words, it's as complete a version as Dreamcast owners can get.
Guilty Gear X. Or maybe Guilty Gear 10. No, probably Guilty Gear X.
This excellent 2D fighting game may not break new ground, but it sure does deliver the goods to faithful fans of the genre. Guilty Gear X has a chance for domestic release, but if no
You know, they
American
probably could have
company
cut
picks
this
it up,
list down to
you'll
like
definitely
10 or
want to seek
15
it out as an
and
import.
just skipped all these games where they're like, this is alright, I guess. if you want to like give the Dreamcast like a decent send off, like maybe don't include a bunch of games where like, this is okay, I guess. Could be better.
Like Guilty Gear X, Last Blade 2, Final Edition is an excellent example of 2D fighters, this time from SNK. And like
One of the
Guilty
bosses in
Gear
Fighting
X,
Game
Final
Viper
Edition
literally
might be
uses a
released
gun. That's
stateside
awesome.
at some point, which would be a major coup for US fans of weapon-based 2D brawlers.
Huh. Last Blade 2. You ever hear this one? This one looks pretty good. Also, I do love the touch of irony that there is a game called Last Blade 2, implying that the first one called Last Blade was not the final game. That would be like if they made 16 games with the word final in it. That would be crazy, right? Macross MS.
If you're a fan of the Japanese
Oh, you've
anime
played this?
series
Alright.
that features
I
giant
never heard of them,
robots which
but
convert
it looks
into war
alright
machines,
for what it is.
Macross M3 is worth finding. The 3D shooter features Max and Miria, two of the series' most popular
GamePro did a
characters.
guide on
It's a
Tekken
bit
3
uneven,
10-hit
but
combos.
Macross
Nice.
M3 is the best Macross game
Back
yet.
when everyone already knew those weren't true combos. Because they can be interrupted. Last Blade 2 plays like Samurai Showdown, but you have a dedicated counter stance button. That's pretty cool. It looks amazing, 16-bit graphics. Yeah. If it's kind of got like that Neo Geo style to it. Rent-A-Hero? Rent-A-Hero Volume 1? What the hell? Was there ever a Volume 2? Because they couldn't make a Volume 2 because the rental period had already expired.
This mission-based adventure
Oh, it literally
resurrects
is
the
Neo
classic
Geo,
Mega
okay.
Drive game. With a funny plot about the unwitting owner of a battery-powered suit, think the greatest American, Japanese hero, it's a great offbeat experience. But this one is only for folks with
Fair to try
Japanese
it.
language skills.
Okay. Who did the 8-bit rendition of it? I don't know who did it, but it is the MS-DOS version of the theme to Beverly Hills Cop. Which I don't even know, like, it doesn't even sound like it's PC speaker. It just sounds like it's like, this is what happens when you put in like a sound blaster and then put it underwater and sulfuric it for 5 minutes. This is what it sounds like. I might be able to play the Neo Geo version if such a thing exists. I would not be able to play it on Dreamcast, though. Is it The Last Blade or just Last Blade? Let's find out. Well, here's the here's the Last Blade 2. Here's the Neo Geo version. I'm guessing Dreamcast version might be a bit expanded. Or unless no, maybe it is just a direct port. It is really distorted. That's just how it sounded. Oh, why is hang the fuck on? Neo Geo. What is it set to by default? Oh, I don't know what the hell that is, but it should be like FB Neo, I would think. Right? Is that gonna work? Ah, looks like it does. Oh, it's coming out of the... Hang on. It's coming out of the Steam Deck's speaker. Hang on. Why is it... Hang on. Hold on, I'm gonna have to close this and reopen it, I think. Here we go. Now it's coming out of the, Now it's coming out of the TV. Actually, is the, let me make sure that... Okay, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is displaying. There we go. Gotta get through all the King of Fighters games. And the Last Blade 2. Alright, here we go, finally. Classic Neo Geo sound. That one. Oh wow, this actually does look really good. Oh wow, this looks beautiful for Neo Geo. I mean, Neo Geo always looked good, but this was like its most logical conclusion. I'm gonna... choose your shot. It doesn't work like a button master. Shit. I seem to be doing all right, considering I don't know any of the moves. Wait, what? Oh. Oh. Never mind. Oh, no, I won that! I think. Or not. No, I did. I mean, it looks good. I'm not going to... counter. I mean, it's a fighting game, so I'm probably gonna hate it. Unless it does something really cool, like the Strega or something, where it has like a really in-depth story mode and a unique style of gameplay that hadn't really been done before, but otherwise... this is just a perfected version of a thing that's existed since the early 90s. It does look fantastic, though. I love the backgrounds. They look kind of like an early, like, Disney animation. That's sort of, like, clearly animated, but kind of realistic look to them. Like an oil painting or something. It's very... the counter system is very different from a regular fighter, according to Game Gear. Okay. I must praise, too, how responsive this is. This is one of the more responsive fighters I've ever played. Especially in the 2D department. I'll tell you what, I've said before... Hey, nice. I'll tell you what, I've said before, whenever I'm done with the Game Boy Advance... Whenever I'm done with the Game Boy Advance, I do want to get to the Neo Geo. I want to see, like... I still have yet to actually find a bad Neo Geo game. And I'm hoping by doing this series, I find one. Because there's so many, like... Even, like... Even though, like, you know, I'm not really a fan of fighting games, and, I mean, quite frankly, that's kind of the Neo Geo's bread and butter, so I'm a little bit worried about that, but... Even then, I'm just like, okay, yeah, it's mostly fighting games, and I don't personally like those, but... I have to acknowledge the fact that, like, those fighting games are objectively really good, and it's just mad 'cause bad. I don't even know what this music is from. I forget. Anyway, yeah. Rent a Hero Volume 1. I might have to play that one too. I don't even know what it is. I'm gonna add that to the list to maybe play on Rompory. MTG is a fan of fighting games and probably doesn't like all the Neo Geo fighters. That is... Yeah, this sounds like anime or something like that. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm gonna have to figure out, like, what the difference is between all of these fighting games. Like, how am I gonna differentiate, like, well, King of Fighters 97, is it as good as King of Fighters 98? I don't know, they fucking play the same way. Poppin' Music, I've heard, is good. It's like a rhythm game, I think.
Similar to Beatmania, Konami's other music/rhythm arcade port is more lighthearted and colorful.
Wasn't this also on
but Pop
PS1
Music
though?
Can also be more challenging if you spring for the 9-button controller that mimics the original arcade panel. Music simulation has never been so cute.
I want to say Poppin' Music was released on PS1, or maybe I'm thinking of Poppin' Tank, I don't remember.
A perfect conversion of Darkstalkers 3, with the added option of playing with the fighting engines of parts 1 and 2. This game is hard to find because it was available only through Sega of Japan's online
You never heard of
sales
Poppin'
site,
Music?
and was made in limited
Well, it's a
numbers.
rhythm game.
The
Maybe you might
rumor
want to
says a
try it
mere
out.
5,000.
Vampire Chronicles. What is this?
A perfect conversion of Darkstalkers 3, with the added
Oh,
option of playing with the
Darkstalkers.
fighting engines of parts
I know
1
of
and
that.
2. This game is hard to find because it was available only through Sega of Japan's online sales site, and was made in limited numbers. The rumor says a mere 5,000.
That if you have one of those now, you could basically just retire in luxury. Harumi's like, I have 15 copies of that CID. Yeah, it's Darkstalkers. Oh, is this version on PSP? Oh, okay, never mind then. Well, there you go. SOS. Save our SWAT Pro. Wouldn't that be SO SWAT? I don't know. Extravaganza. Yeah, let's just do one at a time.
Equals Hurdy-Gurdy by Jake the Snake. Developed by Core / published by IDOS High 3. Target release date Fall 2001. NN ES equals AELJ Jubjing from the extended demo. This A equals 3. Melodically named title could become the pretty B P equals add S3D adventure game to date on any plat Bass Fora High 1 form. Hurdy-Gurdy's expansive hand.
I'm gonna just redo this.
Equals melodically named title ed. S3D adventure game copyright FJINDI form. Hurdy-Gurdy Sex OAHA4 /J 3D scenery was simply jaw 7-2 retie was almost like being in OTIC.
Oh shit, wait.
Aaron.
I see. Oh, that is weird how that's formatted. Okay. Okay. Add B-Wings theme to the playlist. Oh yeah!
L.IAT Jubjing from the extended demo. This 3 equals melodically named title could become the pretty for Phil AEI. S3D adventure game to date on any plat or WR on form. Hurdy-Gurdy's expansive
Oh, the in-game
hand-painted
music, that
3D
too.
WRPELYIIE DHS scenery was simply jaw-dropping. THIRNIGEJ
Added.
or Y-ply jaw-dropping.
No guarantee it's gonna come up today, though.
1EECGI. SH4 was almost like being in a Disney cartoon. You'll bite %5, Hurdy, NR8 play as YL, SPE's
This game looks
Funky
kinda
Boy
sick, I'm
while
gonna have to add
ESH
this.
lives on a whimsical I equals a island full of real 1SX is WG and make-believe #J creatures. In your quest to awaken your father from a spell, you'll have to herd many of host creatures, using different techniques on each group. Hurdy-Gurdy, okay's like a game you'll definitely want to round up. G3.
I don't know, like from the description, it kind of reminds me of like Mort the Chicken, if you've ever heard of that. Kind of weird and sort of obscure PS1 game. La Femere Nicaretta? This is formatted so weird.
By Jake the Snake Nom 30 Ims, 2001 IN this 3D action/adventure A/degree game based on the popular USA QBS network show of the same. RKLY equals name, you'll assume the role of T. Andy, female operative Nikita, aka @ Josephine, as your EB+, at track a global
this is based on a
tour
TV
Boris group
show.
through 6 non-linear missions. In La Femme Nikita, you can also play as Nikita's fellow off-narrative, Michael Samuel, or you can play Kupera, Tively, a much too rare feature in console games, equals with one gamer as Nikita and the other playing as Bo, Michael. Besides fast action skills, you'll also need PA, 7 equals teens, and cunning to infiltrate hostile areas in this 9-story based title. 3.
Feature play for the PS2.
Check future issues of GamePro for more info on these upcoming PlayStation 2 games. If no release date is indicated, it's to be determined a new James Bond game, a new WCW wrestling game. The Mummy Returns.
Wonder
Fall
what James Bond
2001,
game that ended up
Duke
being.
Nukem, D-Day,
I think From Russia
Fall
with Love came out a
2001,
few years later,
Lego
so I'm
Racers,
guessing like
Fourth Quarter
Nightfire maybe?
2001, Championship Surfer, Rayman M, Tarzan,
Either
Ghost
Nightfire
Banana,
or
Starsky
the
and Hutch.
GoldenEye one.
World Sports Cars, Tetris World, Fourth Quarter 2001,
Tetris World, boo,
Exo,
bad game.
Second Quarter 2002, Barbarians 4002, Stunt GP, Fourth Quarter 2001, Viper Heat, Fourth Quarter 2001. Ride X, 4th Starter 2001, Stuntman, 2nd Quarter 2002, Man, 4th Quarter 2002, H2 Overdrive, 4th 5P Tour 2001. Jurassic Park, Kelly Slater's Pro Surfer 001, Star Trek, U.S. Navy SEALs, 4th Corps, B001, Star Wars Episode 1, Pod Racer 2, Star Wars, 7 Fighter 2, Sakura Wars, Space Channel 5. Virtua EE Her 4, Draken, Getaway, ICO,
Oh, I think I played that Draken game. It's pretty good.
Sky Gunner, Wipeout Fusion. Or Thunderstrike, Winter 2001, and there's equals
You don't know
VP4
Nightfire, but you
bound
know
to be
Night
even
of
more.
Fire? I've never heard of Night of
P
Fire.
equals %4 or BD.
Nightfire-
65.
Nightfire is a
OM
pretty decent James Bond game. Got a really... If you didn't see my Game Boy Advance, like at the very beginning, I was showing off Nightfire for Game Boy Advance. That's, I think, like to this day, might be the most graphically impressive GBA game I've seen. Maybe even more so than the Asterix game, because it's a fully 3D polygonal GBA first-person shooter, and it looks so much better than any other time they've kind of attempted that. I'm not gonna say it necessarily plays the best, but it looks really cool. And it does actually play pretty well, so... I gave it an outstanding rating.
Spider-Man 2 by Homer Emery equals developed
Oh
by
yeah,
Vicarious
Spider-Man
Visions
2. That
/
would
published by
be one of the
Activision.
best
IX07
PS2
update
games.
0 equals target release date. Fall 2001
That is,
$OEI
everyone had a
$YX
copy of
hashtag
Spider-Man 2,
Spider-Man,
even if you didn't really care
Spider-Man.
about Marvel shit.
You know the rest. Beat for Spider-Man is swinging back to console
Yeah,
systems
steal the
for
Euro
more
beat,
free
exactly.
PS3 CF dimensional web slinging adventures. Spider-Man 2 will build on 2ART equals the play
Oh, Night of
engine
Fire is
that.
a song.
50SN Rat 5 bad original game, but the equals you, I copyright webhead will have new moves, advanced fighting techniques, equals, high more powerful and diverse web attacks, and high hitting combos. 7 equals SHI
Yeah, best
6,
PS2
so
game,
the
allegedly.
game also
I'm not really a
promises to
fan,
have
but
brand new levels.
a lot of
training
people
is
like it.
/4 Sierra Leonean Leon
it's-
Science.
They
perplexing
basically turned it
puzzles,
into like a
and
massive
different
sandbox
lineup of
kind of
villains from the
thing.
Spider-Man 7 RF universe.
Well, they did that with the
Based on these early
first one
screenshots
as
of the
well
game,
on
it
PS1
looks like
and
fans of the
N64.
equals 3SA Section F first Spidey game will immediately take to this second adventure. 7 Spider-Man and copyright 2001 Marvel Characters Incorporated. All rights reserved.
X-Men Mutant Academy 2. What was the first one? I know of Mutant Apocalypse. I don't know about Mutant Academy.
X-Men Mutant Academy 2 will be the sequel, to 4D last year's one-on-one fighting game that featured the famed mutants Gauss from the Marvel Universe. In Mutant Academy 2, the fighter lineup is equals E greater than 4-1, being expanded to 16 total, *ETGHDHH equals 4 fighters, including 6 new equals 3, I copyright X-Men combatants, and as many new 4
This
yen
game looks
high
pretty sick.
fighting backgrounds. The Fighting 3 engine is being changed, too, and will feature a new aerial combat system ITI along with distinct combos for each GM and AR, $2. Character Mutant Academy reopens FOBT. ED0 equals 0YS, 5. Equals Sam NW combine the stealth play mechanics of Metal Gear Solid VANN Ho 23A for I-Ing, you will with Looney Tunes characters,
What?
and you'll get something on the order equals
No
and
fucking
OS
way.
equals /Y
Do they really do that?
W equals of Sheep Raider. In
That's
this
great. They did a
action/adventure
Looney Tunes
title, you'll play as
pitified
Ralph
version of
J.I.
MGS.
I
That's so
equals
funny.
RTP Wolf, a dead ringer for IEIOEX /Wally G, BOSC, John, Eason Pay equals ROR Eily Coyote,
Flawless.
E,
Nate.
BR, Smiley Face Say NGH and ABAETV _ I4PRUE bushes aren't the only things equals cooey. Smiley Face, sheep from Sam Sheep, that can help YBYCR instead 485
Double,
Sneak,
dummy fit.
Creep equals 5I, fly, swim, catapult, and puzzle your way into sheep camp with help from an arsenal of IK, Q5EETACME products in order to catch your prey. All of Sheep Raider's 15 levels will have a LY equals 38 cartoony look, with accompanying audio effects straight from the tune's sound vault. G5, RTSS3 IHG, say. 7.
I mean, that's a thing you could do. Just make Looney Tunes Metal Gear Solid. One Piece, let's go! One Piece, #1 anime. Ever. Guessing fighting game, maybe?
Tar equals One Piece would LB, or TE Biv OG Vol OB on something of a departure 43.308 OISFS for the company that made equals sorry equals PF its name from such titles %. Low, PS Foul Pound XL2 as Street Fighter and Resi, copyright 4.
Oh, so it's not a fighting game.
Evil. The objective
Oh,
of
no,
One
no,
Piece
it
will be
clearly is.
simple. As the manager of a gigantic mansion, you'll increase your cash flow by adding new rooms. Construction is one thing, but successful management is another, as you'll also strive to keep each unique tenant happy, depending on his or her
It's a
needs.
management sim?
Just remember, fewer
It's a
tenants
hotel
means
management
fewer
sim
rooms, and
with the
fewer
One
rooms
Piece
mean
name
less
on
cash.
it.
You get the idea. We'll find out how One Piece
That is
Mansion's
literally
unique
the
premise
last
plays
thing I was
out in an
expecting.
upcoming issue. 7.
Oh, PlayStation. Oh, I think these are... I see. These are, like, PS1 games. Motocross Mania! Kind of interesting, like 2001, there were still like some fairly decent games coming out for the PS1. Nothing like mind-melting or anything, but definitely better than you would expect for a console that's kind of no longer in its prime.
A 32-8 VRSION of the popular PC title, Motocross Mania will feature an off-road trick busting and dirt racing in 3 modes of play, Supercross, Motocross, and Freestyle, and on an array of terrain, such as sand, dirt, mud, and even ice. Yet the action won't always take place on the specified tracks. There will be shortcuts, hidden areas, and concealed
Everyone
ramps to discover,
had
along
one
with
of
the
these
several
fucking
secret
ATV
bikes,
or
tracks,
Metro
and
Cross
additional
or
AS/RE trips that
Motocross,
can be unlocked
whatever
depending on copyright
games.
AS. 5i, how you progress in the game.
Everyone had
Motocross
one of
F
these.
plus AD Mania will be part of Take-Two Interactive's 005. Got game lineup, meaning it will cost EE equals £53, only around $10. 7 RE say X.
What are these now? Nintendo 64 games. What N64 games do we have to hold us over until the GameCube can be released? I think Tony Hawk 2 was one of the last N64 games, so I'm guessing we'll see that.
THS pumped up the PlayStation and dominated the Dreamcast. Now skateboarding god Tony Hawk looks ready to bring his
Here we
acrobatic
go.
antics to the Nintendo 64. Developed by Psy Edge of Reality, the folks who brought the first THPS to the S35A Flow N64, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 will offer richer gameplay than Slash, its predecessors, giving SK
The funny thing about
the
this
chance
game,
to 7P
too,
bust
is,
incredible stunts while
you've
playing
ever
as pros
seen the
such as
intro-
AA Chad Muska, Steve Caballero, and, of course, Tony. MMR, better still,
Tony Soprano?
players will be able to create their own PPGM customized skaters and take on courses in New York City, Venice Beach, France, Mexico, and else 7 cents 3 where. Still not enough?
Oh, hell
Then you
yeah, we
have
can go to
use
Venezuela.
The DIY East Cape Park creator, whip up the course of your
Gotta board a
dreams,
random
save
ship.
E to a
I'm
memory
sure
pack,
nothing
and
bad will
train
happen.
on your own terrain. If it lives, /VP to its own legacy, THPS2 could be the last great third, 4A game for the N64.
Yeah, well, I think it was quite literally the last game released on the N64. The funny thing about Tony Hawk on N64, if you open it up, the opening like cinematic has like this really truncated version of Ace of Spades by Motorhead, where they had to like really cut it down and compress it, so it's like 30 seconds, and the only lyrics are just Lemmy saying, "And don't forget the Joker!" And that's it. That's all you get. You know how important One Piece is? Let me show you. Hold on. I know it's important. It's been on for like 20 years. It's apparently so relevant that they could just make a hotel management sim based on it. I think Mario Party 3 was also a pretty late release, so that either would have just come out or was about to come out.
Nintendo GameCube Roundup by Tokyo Drifter. X% new information regarding Nintendo's GameCube is harder to come by than and puppets in Major Mike's office. While many elements such as price and exact launch lineup 3 are
That's
still
literally
unknown,
all they had
what
was just
follows
Tony
is
Hawk Pro
always
Skater
known
2,
about
and the rest they're
elusive
using to fill,
WK,
like,
and the GameCube is set to be released this October in the US
more
with a
speculation
system
shit on the
price between
GameCube. Fair enough.
$150 and $200. Odds are that Nintendo will offer 5 to 10
I didn't
titles
get it.
at
No, I
launch.
didn't.
Many franchise games are expected to receive facelifts for GA. The new super-powered console, including Play 2, Y updates for Mario, Wave
Guy
Race,
murders her
Zelda,
entire family,
Metroid,
asks what
Yen,
manga do you
Debut
like.
Pokemon,
That reminds me of that
and
scene in
Perfect Dark.
Death Wish 3 where they like
Completely
murder
new
all these
game AR
hippies and then they
experiences
see the
could
guy with a
include an
cross on
adventure
his...
title. One LAR for the oft-forgotten plumber, Luigi. Most S88, OLBF third-party
What was it?
developers
The,
/publishers
thing.
have so, to press
What
support,
was it?
I like the new software $N, YD10, cent /A only, Sega, but few have gone on record.
I guess this must have been
PISS
before
07
E3, because
regarding
Nintendo
confirmed
probably would have
titles.
had like a massive dump
Among
of
the Coma 4 DEAP pennies that have hinted
info
are
around
LucasArts
that time.
with Bahari Rogue Squadron 2 and THQ with Tetris Re4 World, as well as untitled
Oh, she
games
says
starring
One
the
Piece. He says
AS-72
me
Rugrats
too.
and
Oh, no.
WWF licenses. Rumor has it RN say that Capcom's Biohazard Zero, aka Resize, 4PR Day 4 Den Evil in the US, and Rare's Dinosaur, Y. And 5.
Well, that came out as
S4's
Star Fox
planning
Adventure.
are headed for the GameCube, Leave EOA Beach,
See?
LL
Liking
equals,
One Piece will save your life.
equals ING their N64 version scrap. No other. 5 IA1 game information was available at press ch equals a TMII equals 8 time. So E3 should be very educational. Hashtag
Okay, yeah,
GN solo
E3
EA
is...
this
So
May.
this, I guess, must come out like
GameCube
either at the
GCI
beginning of
Kaisers,
June or the end of
including the
May.
equals hit brother UIAI.
So the GBA isn't quite out, I would think.
Strataganza. Copyright by Uncle Dust L Sun TET Area IESEGEST 25 BRRs after the breakthrough Super NES title, F-Zero, C. Simon Velocity will feature descendants of the original game's heirs, such as Captain Falcon. Using the blistering speed of the 37 Mii Boy Advance's 32-bit
Oh, now we're
processor,
talking about GBA
maximum
games.
velocity will heave
Well, I
the
did play
incredibly
this
high-speed
F-Zero
racing
game.
that
I
fans of
liked
the
it. I think I
F-Zero
either said it was
IES
very
have come
fun
to
or
expect.
outstanding.
ZZET featuring never-before-seen tracks by ETVAIET and vehicles, maximum velocity will, Max Spio Norva. As sport visuals reminiscent
I think
of the
this is the one I
16-bit
said was
equals boost time
outstanding.
ISET version. And though this is a handheld body strength /169F turn performance 8 game that will fit into the palm of your Air pickup graph hand, the Game Boy Advance's big, have bright LCD screen will enable you to see all of the action, from crashes on SEF final stretch sprints. Hardcore racers will be able to challenge the NDS using the GBA link cable. You should polish up your space, Audi for takeoff, because F-Zero, maximum velocity is set to ROPL SARC cell N, IEERNEFD.
Your Super Mario Advance. Spoiler alert, this one's gonna get outstanding. Also, I'm going to really enjoy annoying chat by picking Toad and just playing with him through the entire gameplay session. That'll happen in the year 2028 or whenever I get to it. The year that communism takes over America.
Turkey Installe Lia LLAA LLLAJU1 URLLLDU LAD Edisit IX YOO asterisk E7TMT Peace VTET3 EETITEFMM developed and published by Nintendo and IJE target release date June GD. Please E of ECT3 Playgr 1. This summer's launch of the Game Boy Advance just wouldn't asterisk J5 X NTSSIAZ be the same without an appearance by everyone's favorite plumber, YPAW equals and at for World Scone Mario. In Super Mario Advance, SR, IU0M Ya.
Anyway. Yeah, Super Mario Advance. It's a remake of Super Mario 2 US, and actually a really good one. goes a pretty long way in making that game kind of feel more at home with the other Mario games. Making it feel less, you know, like a sprite swap of some completely unrelated game. Yes, I know it's... I know that Super Mario 2 US isn't exactly just a sprite swap of Doki Doki Panic. They changed some things, but it still looks, sounds, and plays almost nothing like a Mario game.
Super Street Fighter 2 by Uncle Dust developed and
Super
published
Street
by
Fighter 2.
Capcom/Target release date, August MIR. The amazing SNES version of Street Fighter IL is any indication, this new portable version, a dubbed Super Street Fighter IL, could be handheld ass-kicking at its very best. Containing all of the class and
Handheld
fighters and
ass-kicking.
gameplay that launched the fighting genre, you'll also be able to link up 2 Game Boy Advances and duke it out with a friend. 3 RPIACMRCC fitting.
So presumably that's a port of, I'm guessing like the SNES version of Super Street Fighter 2, would be my guess? Unless it's its own game, which it might be.
Irony. One of the most beloved role-playing games for the copyright. Equals Super Nintendo is making its way to the Game Boy Advance L, with what appears to be a picture-perfect translation. The NAR-10 rated revolves around Ryu, a lone adventurer who can AoE form into several powerful dragons.
What game is
In
this?
addition to an epic section quest,
Oh, Breath of
Fire
Fire.
will
thing.
feature up to 8
Yeah.
characters to section Val and
I put this in
WEN,
outstanding.
rotate
I'm gonna
into
have
a
to-
four-person party, Miri
I think maybe starting next
SIDPLIABE,
week I
a
might
traditional
dedicate my
turn-based combat
Fridays
sys
to
WVWRGNS.
some of these games that I put in outstanding, and yet I'm not 100% sure they actually
and
belong there.
literally, fishing
I believe
for rare,
Breath of Fire is a good game. I've just never played
WG
it, so I
items.
want to be absolutely sure
Role-playing
that,
gamers
like,
will be
my opinion
ROJAY,
indeed of Breath of Fire is
33i
outstanding
playing
and not just
New York able to catch their
based
breath
on
soon.
what other people say.
2AR.
Probably not going to play through all of Breath of Fire, but at least like 2 or 3 hours should be enough to get an opinion on it, if nothing else. Better than FF6? It's currently ranked that way.
Final Fight 1 by Uncle Dust
Oh,
developed and
no.
published by Capcom. Target release date, July. Rehager and the gang will return in the classic 2D side-scrolling beat-em-up, Final Fight 1. 7 featuring all of the awesome attacks, holds, and combo moves from the arcade. This new handheld
Where did I put
version
this
will
one? I don't think I
also
put it in
include the
garbage. I think I
Memento
put
stage
it in
that was
like
left out
either
of the
not fun
SNES
or
version.
flawed.
Plus, you'll also be able to play cooperatively with a friend thanks to the Game Boy Advance link cable. 45R. A.
Yeah, Final Fight 1, it just had like some really weird mechanics that just made the game not great. I ranked that one not too long ago.
PN. Alyssa Posada Marlon OT Donate did Ordo Alec EEDS PT, developed by and published by Capcom.
Mega Man
Side,
Battle
target
Network.
Release date, July.
This is
5%
gonna be an interesting one to get
Capcom's
to,
Mega Man
'cause
franchise is branching
I
out in
kind
a
of
new
immediately
direction with the
wrote it off
upcoming
as
Mega
like a
1-0
Pokemon,
Man
but
Battle
apparently that's
Network
not
for
all
the
the
Game
game
Boy
is.
Advance. In this adventure, gamers will take on the role of Piper Adzaneto, a boy living in a network society of the WYEI equals OLLE future where the biggest threat is crimes com. ZAPS2 equals emit using computer viruses. Along with Mega equals a RSP, oh man, you'll help fight the techno-terrorists in a VAX
Techno-terrorists.
degree
Oh
a
my
backslash LGIDS hopes of making the world safe again.
Is Skrillex a techno-terrorist?
Zero Mega Man Battle Network's gameplay will veer away from BD5A to the usual intense, combat-oriented jumping and shooting that IL fans of the series are accustomed to, and will involve more Echo asterisk RPG-style elements, including a deep story and character LG copyright
So it
GL
is
at
more of
copyright.
an RPG. So it
Saw
apparently
building.
has like a
So get ready
decently...
for a brand new
apparently
Mega Man
does have a good
experience
story. I might have
07A
to
when the
look
Battle
into that.
Network boots up. 7.
So it's not entirely Pokemon. It's Pokemon, but with a reason to play. Mario Kart Advance. I don't remember when that came out, but it was not launch era. I think that was like the following year, maybe. Honestly, Super Circuit is kind of a guilty pleasure for me. It's got its flaws, but I like it. I would say I like it a lot more than Super Mario Kart. It definitely fixes some of the issues with that.
£3 Rebel Law, or one of the most highly anticipated titles for the Game Boy at ENEGRESIE MAM Advance. Mario Kart Advance had very little official information. A 15-inch 7B-day copyright 0 of 8 Floaterack available at press time. The OU, TV, ed, equals SUE game will not be a launch J title for either the Japanese release in March or the US release SIEY on June IL. But since the system was announced and shown at 8% 3 last fall's Space World show in Tokyo, gamers have been eagerly and awaiting the newest version of one of the best kart racing games ever created. FCK, all the familiar faces will be present.
There's also Konami
including
Crazy
Mario,
Racers, which
Luigi, Wario,
I'm really
Peach,
excited to play,
equals
because
Four
apparently
Toad,
that one
Yoshi, and Bowser, and the game will utilize
Kinda
the link
gives, like,
cable
Mario
for
Kart a run for its money as well.
Player action.
Crazy Racers, I think,
However,
was like
it hasn't
near
been
launch
decided
era.
if that will include QLAR28PM088.
In fact, we might see
both
Crazy
racing
Racers
and
here.
Battle modes. If these screenshots are any in 7, A dedication, Mario Kart and RRA and LLG, smiley face I less than 8, /advance for the game WYVI, 2% equals, REYFNL14 boy advance will burn FATR, Saint UASTA and rubber and fly past the HG at PC
Anyway.
competition when it sent HINNI.
Yeah, I mean, Super Circuit, it's not really anybody's favorite Mario Kart game, but I kind of have a soft spot for it.
me. It's a single NPAPE, HOD 4, Sega's Manic Cat and Mouse puzzle game was PA
I played Choo
/
Choo Rocket. It's one I'm gonna have to like get back to at some point. I think I put it in the comeback
online
later.
title for the Dreamcast.
Because I
And
don't
now the
really
game
know how to
starts
play Choo Choo Rocket. And
7MFR is getting ready for another first. Choo Choo Rocket will be equals.
I don't know, I think this port is pretty widely.
Sega's first game published
I think this
for
port is
non-Sega
pretty
hardware when
well
it debuts
regarded.
in time for the Game Boy Cell equals 3 Advance launch this June. Choo Choo will put up to 4 players in competition to fill their rocket-ons. One ships with the most mice, but tons of dangerous obstacles, such as cats, will hinder your IETEHIAUTEUETRISG progress. If Sega equals 3 SATIL TLGEEB 0 properly ports this _ AE 1 7 TEAE OBE on O2 addictive game to the handheld ver LBCY copyright OW iften.
Yeah.
ETG I get psycha skill. For Yuri Gideman I. FDJ, the 3rd edition of Tecmo's popular Monster Rancher series, will be hitting the PlayStation 2 and the Game Boy, or 1 for
Monster Hunter?
Advance. Featuring all the unique monster breeding gameplay of the series, plus some new innovations.
Yeah, Monster Hunter. I didn't know that was on Game Boy
Rancher 3PP equals GN-1 on the GBA will enable you to take your creations with you wherever you go. While details about the game were scarce at press time, the screens looked impressive indeed. Get ready to grow and battle when this monster hits Bibeter JEG shelves sometime after the GBA's June launch. 7 Ferret OLETSEI or TLEY.
Would have been interesting if it was released before.
Caster BAI.
Yeah, never played any of the Monster Hunter games. I think they're kind of like Pokemon, but more involved, maybe. I guess I'll have to play it when we get to the M's and we rank it.
One Earthworm Jim by Jake the Shake CT8 developed by
Oh, this port is
Interactive
ass.
/ published by Majesco at
I ranked
target
this.
release date June Fro ASE Ira Fe LR Earthworm Jim, the classic zany Super NES action platformer about an ordinary worm who, copyright, becomes a superhero with the help of a magical cybersuit, will soon fit into the palm of your hand. Section. In your fight to save a princess from the evil Psychro, you'll explore 7 bizarre levels, including 7 new Junk City, Andy asteroids, intestinal distress, and snot a problem. You'll also
I'm not
do
even really a
battle with
fan of
such
Earthworm Jim
wacky
in general,
characters
and
as
this port is
Professor
just
Monkey
ass.
for a head and the evil queen pulsating, slug for a butt. One demo of the GBA version sported graphics and gameplay identical to those of the SNES original. 7. No console game is more old school than Pitfall, the Atari 2600 classic from '82 that features Pitfall hairy hurtling crocodiles, cobras,
Oh, Pitfall
and
the Mine
nasty
Adventure?
pits. Pitfall, The Mayan Adventure will be a port of the Super NES sequel, featuring Harry
Even at the
Jr.
very
as he
beginning,
explores the
a
South
lot
American
of GBA
rainforest in
games
search
were
of
just
adventure
ports
and
of
loot.
Super Nintendo ones.
10 worlds, each with multiple levels, plus bonus
I have
worlds
to imagine that must
exclusively
have
for
been
the
pretty
GBA
disappointing
version, will give Harry plenty of chances OS4Y7R
for
Po
gamers.
to
Just
meet
like,
his
oh, here's
demise.
this brand new console. We're going to release a bunch of games that are like 10 years old on
JE
it.
Prone CH asterisk 3 GBA visuals in the ProDIAE TriView version looked every equals SNRCEZ equals bit as detailed and Colora NAM, a full as those of the SNES BOAE Pion original, so you can look PE forward to a handsome 2 handheld adventure. 7ZPL, no OAX. Based on the 75 OUP Eurowari NES game UNN Burn, I know Fly Poundo 1, I-14 Longcat may be the first flight simule, later on any handheld system, and an indication of the Game Boy Advance's power.
I don't think this is the first.
Actually,
No.
this game will be more of an action
Were there
shooter
any
and
flight
less of a
sims
flight
on
sim
handhelds?
than the
There must
original
be.
game.
There must
but
have
you'll
been,
still
right?
need to land on an TT aircraft carrier after each
F-14
mission.
Tomcat.
Your
Oh, I
view
did
will
play
be first
this.
face
It
up,
was
person
okay.
from inside the cockpit. You will use realistic weapons 5, I equals equals. And radar, and you'll be able to look over your shoulder FO, 3 to the left and right. Z.
This game was alright.
Developed by Vicarious Visions / published by Activision and target release date, June, Ho, WW already a hit title on just about every gaming platform known to EL2 Oriel Mankind, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 promises to bring all the challenge and a meet. Equals a scone th skateboarding skill EEE section as me? To Nintendo's 32-bit as special
That's what it looks like. I've already played a bunch of skating games that look exactly like this, I gotta say.
THPS2 will retain all and
But I guess
equals
this is the
equals
first.
equals PRP.
This is the
12
template. This is the
borders,
template everyone else
including
used.
Tony himself, WV. Key. From the PlayStation version, but this Game Boy Advance Edition is no simple port as it will have brand new courses, a gameplay techniques,
It doesn't even look like
and,
the PS1
of course,
version.
HunFS Nose Grind plus Oral Tradir Blydrix and GFS Nose Grind plus FS Tail Slide Reds of executable tricks and stunts. 1900 X3. Everyone's favorite wall-crawling and web-slinging superhero will make his Game Boy HS Advance debut with Mysterio's Menace, a side-scrolling action platform adventure. As Spidey, you'll
This one looks alright.
crawl up buildings, and use webs for travel and to net crooks, all the while using spider sense to detect danger. Other game features will include familiar comic book
Not sure this
locales
is, like,
and an elaborate
gonna be,
narrative
like,
where
the
you
best
try and
thing
foil
ever made,
arch-villain
but
Mysterio.
looks like it could be something you'll look
Spidey
forward to a
swings
little bit.
into action this fall. G3 Spider-Man and copyright
Swing time
2001
for
Marvel
justice.
characters. Incorporated. Alright. A target release date. Fall 2001, fans of old-school side-scrolling beat-em UPS will want to seek out Reign of Apocalypse, a title that not only promises to deliver
Whoa.
action,
Never
but
heard
a
of
ton
this
of
one.
play options as well. In addition to a story mode, where you guide various X-Men through an alternate universe,
Oh, it's an
there will
X-Men
be a
game.
multiplayer
I
versus
see.
mode, where up to 54 for mutants can do battle via a link cable. Over 40 X-Men will be featured in the game along with an EEB-21SN.
That looks pretty fun. I'm interested in seeing what that Reign of Apocalypse game is when we get to it.
Target release date. Moi 8 UI section TECR Taylor EIE Re-EO Toy Print LS3 Nintendo is releasing 2 brand new Zelda adventures on the Game Boy Color to keep Link to Sassacit's fans very
Oh,
happy.
wow, I didn't know those were...
In The Legend of Zelda, Oracle of Seasons, you'll embark on a quest
I didn't
to
know
find
those
the
were
Goddess of Seasons to help you recover the essences of nature.
that late in the Game Boy's
Using the
lifespan.
rod, you'll be able to change into Oro, BI7, AFJ. Couple the 4 different seasons, 5 hidden areas at VIG, ABE, £4.18.34 passages along the way. You'll also have at your added LD Lads puzzle all of Link's weapons, including his sword, sling, flea per 3 Yo Road / Yen Shot.
Yeah, they
shovel,
tried to make
vomit
Zelda
chute,
into
and Rock's
Pokemon,
feather.
and apparently it
There,
didn't entirely fail.
INYED will also be tons of new items, with more than 60 and 5 wheat LS3 magical rings that you'll collect to solve puzzles and defeat enemies. NT2X.
I
but
still
one
have
of
yet to
the
play
coolest
the
features about these
Oracle
2
Zelda
games.
games.
was
I hear they're
540B
alright.
that
I'm not
after you
really
solve
much of a
one,
Zelda
You'll
fan.
receive a password which, where 98VRP equals you play the other, will let you find more magic items and even re-ELSAE change storylines, expanding the epic adventure even further. Ruavi LD SRSE2 characters will even be able to travel between the games, making E5 all 7 or EBS, LO, Setvex these new Zelda Advent 8 Re-SESESL2 Sesfavico NS /4. For The Legend of ZLPA, Oracle of Ages is an entirely separate adventure. From Oracle of
Separate
Seasons,
in
where
quotation
players
marks.
must go on a journey to find the Harp of Ages, which will let you travel through time and space. In classic Zelda style, you will learn melodies on the harp, which will AYBI. AZY7B how you control your time travel. Players will have to 8Y, SL, say 6874,500 pound INT, WTNP. AR5, voyage through time to solve some puzzles using inter, re-2 hola task estain cause and effect relationships. Cent BRSY and pound new characters will join Link in both games, including O01 Tawai Ricky the Kangaroo, Moosh the Winged Bear, and Dimitri% W pound the Dodongo. And there will be even
I can't
more
wait to
magical
bomb some
aid
dodongos.
items and special weapons. The special relation and a ship between these two new Zelda @_ G Ventures will no doubt create another IA equals F#Q impressive chapter in the life of Linka. Fate A, G, see preview above. LL the Spectacular Spider-Man is back in action on the Game Boy YA Color after last year's surprisingly strong action/adventure. The Sinister Six of PEY. Surprisingly GG, the title refers to Spidey's archenemies, Electro, HHHEXDIIP2 Mysterio, Sandman, Dr. Octopus, Vulture, 3mm section,
Dr.
and Craven
Octopus.
or Hobgoblin, depending on which XCBiz lineup the game chooses to present.
Dr. Octagonopus!
Look below FCBS _ section for more jumping, swinging, and punching as high for LH18 Cora Parker battles a half
I've never
dozen
seen
of
the
bad equals
Game Boy
best
Color
baddies
Spider-Man
ever
games
to hit
either.
New
They look
York City.
interesting.
7 Soda Pod Spider-Man and copyright 2001 Marvel CH Incorporated year YAYBRGPR Sable OLIG. THX scrolling platform adventure starring an Ray, a year-old boy in a space helmet. Yes, really. Unequally, Commander Keen will be resurrected as a
Oh, that's what they were advertising. There's a Commander Keen game on Game Boy Color.
Navigate slime pits, magical platforms,
In fact, you know what? I might have
teleporters,
seen this.
and more as he battles
It actually
35
does look
different
fairly decent
cartoony
from what I
aliens.
remember.
The fate of Earth lies in the palm of your hand. Green.
Channel, switch to switch, get the same old stupid pitch. Switch the channel, change the channel. A bunch of oily superstars trying to sell me shoes and cars. Whoa, I'm pissed. Maybe my ill mood would improve if I put my gym shoes through the tube. Like they say, just do it. I could go bowling, but I lost my ball. I could hunt pigeons.
ITIIR the Game Boy Color X-Men Adventures Mutant Wars and Mutant E Academy weren't enough to satisfy your desire for portable Marvel mayhem. You'll want to see what Activision has in store for the team's
Oh,
scrappy
Activision? Oh,
survivor,
no.
Wolverine. Developed by Digital Eclipse, veterans of dozens of Game Boy games, Wolverine's Rage will offer trotty, Raz Indie equals Tino platform-style action/adventure with IY, smiley face eye, nice comic book touches like Snick on ICPR LL screen whenever Wolvie pops out his pure IRH adamantium claws. Let's go, Bob. 7 Deciliters, Wolverine, X-Men and copyright 2001 Marvel characters incorporated ER equals all rights reserved.
Come back to earth and do the talk shows every day, yeah. Now hold on, things may not be as bad as they appear. Maybe it's my attitude around being too negative, bumming myself out. After all, I do have 86 channels of TV, 3 of which work. I have a roof over my head that only leaks when it rains. I've kept an athlete's body, but I still got an athlete's foot. And I got a girlfriend
Distract the new gangs all here during SAZ2's 6 playable characters will be divided into 2 teams, heroes and various dark side. In addition to Sonic, the hero team will be rounded
these are
out by
Dreamcast
SC's
games.
Tails and Knuckles. On the dark side will be Sonic's arch-nemesis Dr. Worthy Robotnik.
Sonic
Shadow,
in
a black
style.
hedgehog on roller skates.
What is this, Sonic
and Rouge,
Shuffle?
a track, W female bat who possesses abilities similar to Knuckles. Yet every adventure post-copyright is unique to each character. For example, Tails will pilot a heavily armed Selection that
I've never
can
played
prison
Sonic
and will
Shuffle.
use
There
his
are
weapons to
defenders
free
of this
his
game.
friends. Charak
Asilo
will
is one of
collect
them.
valuable gems in
And I think the
several
only one,
gigantic
actually.
3D environments. And Hope TH Sonic sequences will have the traditional run and collect the rings play rough-ass mechanics. In addition to the one-player games will be several two-player VUARJRI modes that range from EEOELT racing to mech combat. Sonic's FFER Bad OCROLEY I equals 72 asterisk.
The kitchen and clean some ground.
Oh, the music is
Equals
overpowering everything. Shit.
W. Sonic Adventure 2E developed by Sonic Team / published by Sega. Target release date. June
Sorry,
2nd,
I didn't
copyright
notice that.
HAT1E. OS5 Sonic in Style Sonic is returning in what could be equals to his last appearance on a Sega Con equals Seoul. For the famed mascot's 10th yen anniversary, Sonic Team is pulling out all the stops with Sonic Adventure 2, complete with 6 playable characters, ReDE 8 and several 2-player modes. Judging from an at SIEQA 77, highly playable version of NCEIPYAEB game, SA2 should, so BDAAE Lorette, LD satisfy season series IPA equals vets and newcomers alike GE equals A, CAST, OE and AAD with its easy to pick up equals EE, 8, responsive controls and, reset VRE, EX, OO SOAR, 1 diverse gameplay. GHCARH copyright Barada Hiya I copyright LJFD or TNPN.
Yeah, Sonic Adventure 2. I still need to play more of this.
The company's mascot, Sonic, is having one last fling while Adventure 2. $4 faster than blast.
Oh, these are all
In the
like
preview
related to
version,
Sonic Adventure 2.
Sonic
Fair
Advent
enough.
Tear OS Tour
It
2
really is
with
kind of
Arrow
like
was
the
the
kiss
beginning
off of
Zero,
an era.
which flew by at unfaltering and blinding speeds.
The end
Even the
of an
two-player
era.
split-screen
A
games
very
never
blue, blurry
suffered from
era.
slowdown or other distortion. The graphics were also loaded with color and splashy effects, although some 5 characters sported bulky polygons Beck's 4D5 that became a nagging distraction, especially 93, during close-ups in the WS various cinematic cut CKIC scenes. Not as note, CEAN. Worthy was the audio TA soda track, which was calm. Fat AE, post of average music section selections and kitty, ONS, and character voices. Let's read, hope that the minor eye rough spots in the pre-EE view are smoothed out before the GS SF92 game hits shelves, creating one of Riot's Sonic finite adventures. W7.
I mean, it wouldn't be a 3D Sonic game without some rough around the edges bits.
Ijik Taikyuska. Nanijik VN ONP plus N32 ed pound HB VITHITS broad scope and lush imagery. Shenmue is to many 7/3 Repa Dreamcast owners the game that defines the system. Expectations 2// section X are naturally high to see how Yu Suzuki will follow his incredible NN. Section first act with this
Shenmue
fall
2
sequel.
didn't come out on Dreamcast, I don't think. I think it ended up coming out on the Xbox.
R.S. Sid, for the man who murdered his father, and in Shenmue IL his quest lenses, southeast, Pound Orchard takes him to Hong Kong. Some gamers were disappointed with the first game's ending. There's no telling PS section how its sequel will address some of those loose ends. But equals, Hong Kong itself should be a little easier to navigate, now aims that Ryokan buy and consult maps. By Shenmue IL will incorporate a new interface.
I'm gonna need to go through Shenmue at some point, honestly give an honest to god try in actually controlling that, because I want to. I know Shenmue is super jank, but if you can get past the jank, there might be a good game there.
That one button on the interface will turn into a money icon. The new equals AXI 5-pound bogey system also incorporates more detailed submenus for more calm, Re2 equals OS Re-Soplex interaction, depending on the character and the situation. Sega IET0N/M will reveal more about this crucial title in May. 7.
It's a 3D adventure game with QTE. That's all it is to you. The so-called jank is just from the tank controls. Yeah! That and it's weird how they make you use the D-pad for movement and the thumbstick for camera. I feel it should be the other way around. I know the Dreamcast didn't have a second thumbstick, but I feel movement should be analog. You don't really need analog for camera controls, as the N64 sort of proved.
But what is there to know? As fans of the fur, its appeal is fairly straightforward. Pick up passengers and deliver them to their desk.
Like I said, I think if there is, I would like to see in fact, actually, I think they did. Didn't they release an HD remaster of Shenmue? I need to play that.
D Serene off the clock are all fair game. The GA. Ari at hashtag plus big question, then, is whether or hashtag V2 equals or PD ball not CT2 will support online multi, ESEA do, a player gaming through SegaNet. So IP77S, too far, Sega's not calling, but we'll, see what the company has to say LD.
What game is this?
Crazy Taxi 2
oh, Crazy Taxi 2, okay. I don't know if that ended up doing that.
3 equals fix.
Pretty sure they did PS3 era even. Oh, okay. If that's the case, maybe I might need to check that out. I think there's a Steam remaster of Shenmue, or maybe that's just Shenmue 3, because that came out a couple years ago and was kind of mixed. But if they could just release a new version of Shenmue that controls better, and maybe even has a better camera and fixes some of the loose ends, I would play that. Shenmue looks like an amazing game. I just want to actually play it.
Developed by by Hitmaker / published by Sega 2D / target release date, May, EETGLE. When the lack of a pistol peripheral hasn't stopped Sega from releasing Dreamcast games that 2PFRCS1 were designed for light guns. The latest is
Oh, fuck yeah, Confidential Mission.
Spy-themed shooter that I enjoy a brief
Game Gear, have you ever
ride
seen
on
Confidential Mission? This
the
game
graphics
is
graphics
mega
shine,
stupid.
And the gameplay offers neat diver
If you want to see and hear some of the best FMV you've ever experienced, play Confidential Mission. Game itself isn't too bad either. It's a pretty decent on-rail shooter.
In its incomplete state, UF equals.
I think it even lets you like control, I think either with a mouse or a gun. I think it's with the mouse.
XXFFA won't want to accept this and send mission without a mouse. 7 less than 3 hope.
Oh, you never played this? Man, this game is good. Oh yeah, true. Yakuza is kind of like better Shenmue. I need to play the Yakuza games. Apparently Yakuza 0 is where I'm supposed to start, according to everyone I've asked. Sounds like more like something Orc would like. Man, Orc gotta play this then. Someone's gotta play this. I gotta infect more people with Confidential Mission. This game is mega stupid. Agent Gibson! We've got to get that disc!
Howard McCaffrey's beloved Pern fantasy novels VSH made it this far without being turned into a video game as any HSOI 2 bodies guess. Dragon Riders Chronicles of Pern will finally bring EA VHGL the world of magical dragons.
I've heard this game looks good, but I've heard it has some problems.
The traditional wander-around gameplay was working in the beta Yen A21H pound IB version, but the camera angles were BRY2, boy, OFOHRD a bikini, and the facial NMHS.
Oh, what is this music? I think it's actually one of the Asterix games on Genesis.
H0, the audio. Fortunately, Red Storm has.
It's on like some list somewhere of like one of the worst video games ever. I don't really buy that. I think it's fine. I don't really agree with that. I think it's fine. But it is like a fairly standard platformer. I don't think you would like it. Anyway, what game was that? Oh yeah, Dragon Riders a Pern. Yeah, the game looks good, but apparently I've heard that it's not great, but I've not really played it. It looks fine though. I do hear how this sounds like Snatcher, though.
Is a young orphan obsessed with superheroes who stumbles upon an alternate and entirely sinister universe. There he finds old friends from the orphanage, now transformed into horrible monsters. What is this place, and how can he stop this evil?
Evil Twin?
That's the setup for
I've
Evil
never
Twin,
heard of this.
Which was originally conceived as a cartoon series. The lush action/adventure draws on old horror films and
I might have to try this one.
temporary comic strips KFR equals C3 equals E/51 BRS for inspiration, and so far Biomi Koei equals A47S. It looks intriguing. U_OA saw BI467 hashtag should look for PS2, PEN-_IE2 PC, and Dreamcast IL #IE equals.
Oh, I guess also came out on PS2 and PC.
1 versions this fall.
And PS1. It came out on fucking everything.
C5 == QD node. All screens shown are not. The Dreamcast is definitely going out with a bang. Like the Saturn before it, the Dreamcast is due for a version of the ultimate party game, Bomberman. Watch for Sega to put those 4 controller ports to very good use as you and 3 friends toss cartouche bombs at each other while navigating through LPM. Course Soxa first the hazards of a maze. Asim 13 SCA PA AES 3 PLE concept. But it works both PDM.
I'm going to wait until they're done with like all the Dreamcast games, and then I'm probably gonna call it a stream.
Fan about the addictive game for ARALYBH. SAS 2G3F play. If you can get them to RA6G and 4AFBWC.
I do need to play one of the later Bomberman games. Apparently they just go like more and more insane. Maybe also I need friends. That might be the key to enjoying Bomberman, is to have friends. Learn how to. I know how to play Bomberman. The problem is it's just boring.
5. Will Sega's Dreamcast, the ultimate weapon against international terrorists? Sent, GZ. Maybe so, thanks to Outrigger. As a member of Interforce, a private organization LDM battling organized crime and worldwide terrorism, you'll jump into combat areas you are filled with flamethrowers, rocket launchers, machine guns, and more implements of destruction. A pre-CEE RIOA ESO RT-MI version felt a bit like IEOL 10.559.
Does that say butt trigger?
Arcade game, the grid equals RNAWH equals RTAH2, but with first and third person aid by LAL camera.
No, Dut trigger?
GD equals EN equals I-port.
That is very close to butt trigger. I'm sorry.
Asterisk backslash asterisk SP high, plus the action was quick. YPEGH PQ WMPEAI better still, online play shuni equals OC PULL co IE Arte lol D3 equals in WDMEOW. C equals SSB ready by the game's release. G. RET first HS Susueni GRE based on the AL PGH equals EEOLY most quarter century EPECSTRL.
What game is this?
SLET old mature fantasy comic. Peters 220E heavy metal.
Oh yeah, Heavy Metal Dio Matrix. This game is actually really good.
CS5 equals EAEE heavy metal. Geomatrix O will feature deathmatch.
Oh, it says Outrigger. Oh, okay.
From Spawn. In the D
That looks like a D for me.
1 to 4 players.
I've never heard of that
choose
game
from
either,
4
though,
teams of
but
3 characters. The 9/11 Elite Team 7, for example, will consist of Sarge, Cassie, and Stab. Heavy Metal 1 artist Simon Bisley is designing all 12 characters. The game's short and long-range weapons will include swords, firearms, bazookas, and booby traps.
yeah, it's butt trigger now.
7
Exactly. Ever seen a small boat with 2 wing-like attractions in the water? That's Outrigger. Oh, okay. That's what that's named after. And this, I think, is where I am going to... I'm going to call it for tonight. We will finish this magazine Thursday. We will finish it on Thursday. With many other games. And probably some reviews. Oh boy. Ronnie's live. It's the Monday show on Thursday, on Friday. Oh boy. They pushed Double Weenie Wednesday to Monday, and all hell broke loose then. Alright, go raid. DJ Ronnie? What is he doing? Sciencey shit? Yeah, sciencey shit. Alright, so Saturday, if you have not voted for a movie to watch on Saturday, you have 2 more days. Let's see if anyone's done so. Nope. So it looks like unless something radically changes between now and Saturday, we will be watching First Blood, the first Rambo movie, on Saturday. Sunday will be Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance for the Game Boy Advance. Hopefully I can make more progress next week than I did last. TBD, of course. Monday, more Game Boy Advance games, beginning with the letter G. There is apparently a Goemon game for Game Boy Advance. I'm hoping to get to that. That would be cool. Also, the translator, the AI translator, apparently they might have worked out some of the server issues with that, so that might work by Monday. Let's see. Tuesday, more Lunar Silver Star story complete. And Thursday will be more GamePro issue 133 from June 2001. Also, at some point, I think in the very near future, I may do another fine, I'll do it on actual hardware stream with the Intellivision. I tried that a couple of years ago, didn't really work all too well. I was getting a lot of interference. I have some thoughts as to how I might be able to mitigate that. TBD, of course, on whether that ends up working, but the back bit is now in transit, should be here by Monday. I'm going to allow myself a couple of days to kind of troubleshoot, make sure I have a good means of capturing it. And if that's the case, then we should be good maybe in the next week or two to do a real hardware stream of the Intellivision. So anyway, thank you guys so very much for watching. Always super appreciated. Thank you especially to my members, Arus218, DJ Ronnie G, and LCX. And thank you to everybody for watching me tonight. Thank you, Arus218, DJ Ronnie G, Karumian Good Gamer, Game Gear Goddess, Orc War Chief Reviews, Renee W, Verducci Man, and Nintendo Vaults. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Good night. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Bye, everyone.
It's the outro, and here's the outro freeze. Freddy Freaka, into presentation, sweeping the nation, doing his thing by ways. If you wanna see more of me, become a member, watch some movies on LDM Cinema, play some games on Rum Roulette and Request. To be part of the community, join the Discord, talking about games, music, round requests, and more. Join now. That's all of the plugs that I've made. Thank you all for watching. Now let's raid!